Chapter 2242. Do you really want to fight with Gu Wanfeng? But the condition is that you must show your identity. Bai Yunfei frowned. He was worried that this Gu Wanfeng would bully the outer sect disciples. If this person was an outer sect disciple, then he would definitely not be Gu Wanfeng's opponent. All right. The moment Jiang Chen took off his mask, Bai Yunfei's expression became extremely serious. It's you? Bai Yunfei was more shocked than anyone else. He knew that Jiang Chen was a talented outer sect disciple, and he could even take a punch from Yan Cheng. But now, he actually offended the most famous alchemist in the inner sect, Gu Wanfeng. It's him. He's the one who exchanged blows with Yan Cheng. I know him. He's called Jiang Chen. So it's him. This fella has guts. A middle void god dares to challenge a half-step true god without backing down. This fella's strength is much stronger than what he looks like on the surface. To be able to exchange blows with Yan Cheng, even a late void god might not be able to do that. I'm really looking forward to it. Ha ha. Gu Wanfeng's expression was extremely cold. He did not care about some outer sect genius disciple. In the inner sect, there was no one who dared to challenge him. Who did he think he was? Did he really think that he was the boss of the inner sect? Gu Wanfeng did not have a deep impression of Jiang Chen. But in the outer sect, Jiang Chen was quite famous. Previously, he killed a few people on the 100 battle ranking and even challenged Yan Cheng. After that, he disappeared without a trace. Who would have thought that he would use another identity to create a commotion between the inner and outer sect? Geniuses will not be buried no matter where they go. Ling Yun said faintly. Most of the people who stepped into the divine world from the immortal world were extremely talented. Ling Yun did not misjudge Jiang Chen. You better think carefully. His strength is stronger than yours, and the power behind him is much stronger than what you can imagine. Bai Yunfei reminded Jiang Chen again. If you were the one being pressured by him again and again, and he even wanted your pill formula and your life, do you think you would remain indifferent? Jiang Chen's question made Bai Yunfei fall into silence. Go. Bai Yunfei said in a low voice. This was his last wish for Jiang Chen. Everyone held their breaths in rapt attention, waiting to see what would happen. Bai Yunfei knew that Jiang Chen was forced into a corner. That's why he made such a choice. Plus, he could imagine that Gu Wanfeng must be trying to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's temper had always been one to not offend others if they don't offend him. Bai Yunfei already knew about the previous incident. Bai Yunfei knew that Jiang Chen was forced into a corner. That's why he made such a choice. Bai Yunfei knew that this Gu Wanfeng must be trying to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's temper had always been one to not offend others if others did not offend him. Bai Yunfei already knew about the previous incident. Gu Wanfeng's forcefulness was well known in the profound Feng sect. Bai Yunfei knew that this fella must have seen that Jiang Chen was going to earn a lot of money from him. That's why he was jealous and then went to ask for Jiang Chen's pill formula. But why would Jiang Chen give it to him? Wasn't this a sign that he was going to fight to the death with you? Bai Yunfei also disliked Gu Wanfeng, but the truth was right in front of him. Who asked him to be so forceful and to have so many resources in the inner sect? If you have this kind of ability, you can also do whatever you want. Jiang Chen's identity had caused quite a commotion in the crowd. Previously, he fought against Yan Cheng, and now, he risked his life to protect the pill formula. Jiang Chen's forcefulness was destined. And this rising star of the outer sect was destined to become a true prodigy. Looks like you're destined to step on my name to get to the top. So it's my little junior. Looks like we're destined to meet today. Gu Wanfeng said with a smile. His eyes became colder and colder, like the eyes of an eagle, full of killing intent. You flatter me. Since Senior Gu is willing to give me face, then I will accompany you to the end. I'm afraid that I have neglected Senior Gu. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Although his words were pleasant to hear, they were not vague at all. Fight with your life on the line without fear. Only the brave will win. Make your move. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Gu Wanfeng swore. All right. As you wish. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he quickly attacked. In an instant, the terrifying 5 elements combat dragon seal was unleashed. Gu Wanfeng was incomparably serious. Facing the incoming attack, he was not flustered at all. He slashed with his blade, and a terrifying aura seemed to cover the entire marketplace. At this moment, Gu Wanfeng clashed with the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Even he did not expect Jiang Chen's attack to be so powerful. Under the impact, Gu Wanfeng retreated over 10 steps. He was completely pushed back by Jiang Chen's 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Once they clashed, he displayed his terrifying combat strength. Bai Yunfei's eyes also brightened up. Even he was shocked by this attack. If it was him, he might not be any better than Gu Wanfeng. He had underestimated his opponent. Didn't expect you to have some skills. Hee, but that's all. Gu Wanfeng snorted and raised his blade again, sweeping across the universe. The blade's aura was sharp, slashing through reincarnation. Peerless Mandarin Duck Blade. Kill without mercy. Thousands of blade shadows filled the sky, causing many people to exclaim. This is Gu Wanfeng's famous technique, the Mandarin Duck Blade technique. It's unstoppable. Within the inner sect, there are probably less than 10 people who dare to take it head-on. Yeah. This time, this arrogant guy is going to die under Gu Wanfeng's Mandarin Duck Blade. That might not be the case. I can see that this kid's strength is not ordinary from that attack. Along with a dragon roar, Jiang Chen used his killer move again. Azure Dragon's 5 steps, stepping on the void, forcefully suppressing Gu Wanfeng's terrifying strength. The peerless Mandarin Duck Blade was actually unable to push Jiang Chen back. Instead, it was suppressed by Jiang Chen, unable to unleash its strongest attack. Such terrifying footwork. I've never seen or heard of it before. Yeah. Even Gu Wanfeng's peerless Mandarin Duck Blade was blocked. Truly terrifying. Jiang Chen's steps were steady, completely ignoring Gu Wanfeng's peerless Mandarin Duck Blade. His every step was filled with killing intent. Under the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, Gu Wanfeng's attack instantly weakened. His entire body was shattered by Jiang Chen and he was sent flying. Gu Wanfeng's blade shadows flashed, filling the void. He stabilized his body, but his expression was incomparably serious. Jiang Chen's brazen attack forced Gu Wanfeng to use his full strength. Azure Dragon's 5 steps and 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal made Gu Wanfeng realize the true danger. This Jiang Chen was not someone to be trifled with. Gu Wanfeng knew his own strength. He did not put this middle void god in his eyes. However, he spent most of his time on alchemy. Compared to those martial maniacs who spent all their time cultivating, he was naturally a notch lower. Chapter 22:43. Jiang Chen attacked twice and each attack was fatal. However, the difference in their strength was too great. A half-step true god and a middle void god were two different concepts. Even a late void god would have been killed by Jiang Chen. Therefore, Gu Wanfeng knew that Jiang Chen could not be underestimated. This fella's strength is really shocking. Bai Yunfei murmured. He actually hoped that Jiang Chen could win. Although the two of them weren't fighting to the death right now, they were very close to each other. If one of them lost this battle, he or she would most likely be buried in this place. Bai Yunfei could see that this Jiang Chen was not a kind person. Although he was an outer sect disciple, he was completely enraged at this moment. Even a clay bodhisattva would have some anger. Plus, he was in a passive state, being pressured by Gu Wanfeng again and again. Who could remain indifferent? Jiang Chen's eyes stared at Gu Wanfeng. This fella's strength should not be underestimated. However, Jiang Chen was confident that he could defeat him. Although it was hard for him to cross the true god realm, it should not be a problem for him to fight against a half-step true god. Gu Wanfeng focused on the art of alchemy. He wasn't weak in terms of cultivation, but he had his own specialties. However, he had already lost to Jiang Chen in alchemy. If he lost to Jiang Chen again, he would lose all his face. Gu Wanfeng was being criticized by countless people. He could only choose to fight with his life on the line. Looks like I've underestimated you. But even so, you're not my opponent. Surrender. Trash from the outer sect wants to fight with me? What an idiot. Gu Wanfeng said lung lung. Once again, he wielded his long blade and slashed through the waves, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat once again. However, Jiang Chen did not retreat. Without saying a word, he formed seals with his hands. Horrifying deathly aura condensed from the slaughter dragon seal, bringing along the power of heaven and earth as it flew towards Gu Wanfeng. Gu Wanfeng's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. He could feel how terrifying this seal was. If he did not dodge in time, he would be heavily injured. Deadly Mandarin Duck Blade. Gu Wanfeng also fought with his life on the line. At this moment, he had nowhere to retreat. Two terrifying lights intertwined and Gu Wanfeng was pushed back a few hundred meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood. On his chest, there was a black handprint. It was pitch black and even he felt his body shiver. A terrifying deathly aura entered his body as Gu Wanfeng's expression became extremely cold. What a terrifying aura of death. Gu Wanfeng took a deep cold breath. Only now did he know how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Not only was his skill in alchemy unparalleled, but his strength was also dreadful. Jiang Chen had a cold smile on his face. The terror of the slaughter dragon seal was not something that Gu Wanfeng could imagine. Let's see how long you can last. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and swept across all directions. His eyes were filled with coldness. The sword pierced through the void and the chi shook the universe. The dreadfulness of the heavenly dragon sword made everyone hold their breath and stare at this scene with an extremely ugly expression. What a terrifying sword aura. This has really opened my eyes. This sword, I'm afraid even the inner sect's third-ranked sword maniac is not inferior. An inner sect disciple evaluated. They viewed the battle between Jiang Chen and Gu Wanfeng with great importance. That's hard to say. After all, Jiang Chen's strength is still too weak. Who is Sword Maniac? He's someone who might fight for the position of Profound Feng Sect's 10 great elders in the future. How can a new disciple be compared to him? That's true. But from the looks of it, this Jiang Chen seems to be stronger. Gu Wanfeng is now in a dilemma. Such power. This kid's future is limitless. Many people were watching the show with an attitude that it was none of their business. Gu Wanfeng's words made many people angry at him. He obviously looked down on the outer sect disciples. As an inner sect disciple, this kind of discrimination was unacceptable. Moreover, Gu Wanfeng's identity was very sensitive. His high and mighty attitude made many outer sect disciples and even inner sect disciples dislike him. Gu Wanfeng felt that his internal organs were filled with this horrifying deathly aura. The terror of the slaughter dragon seal was fully manifested. Along with the heavenly dragon sword's terrifying sword aura, Gu Wanfeng was in a passive position. He was suppressed by Jiang Chen's aura to the point that he could not resist at all. Gradually, it became a one-sided suppression. Gu Wanfeng's expression changed. He knew that he was not Jiang Chen's opponent and thought of a plan. He shouted angrily, "You evil demon, you actually used such a terrifying evil technique? This move of yours, death chi pervading, is truly ruthless. Who are you? You dare to sneak into my Profound Feng sect. What are you trying to do? You refined a medicinal pill and sold it to my Profound Feng sect's people. What's wrong with your medicinal pill?" Gu Wanfeng's words caused an uproar in the market. Jiang Chen's slaughter dragon seal was indeed filled with chi of death. Everyone felt a sense of danger. Some even stood on Gu Wanfeng's side and started to attack Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, who are you? What are you trying to do by coming to my Profound Feng sect? That's right. Where did such a horrifying death chi come from? You have to give us an explanation for this matter. And the medicinal pill you sold us, is there something wrong with it?" To them, they were naturally more concerned about their own safety. Gu Wanfeng's words instantly stirred up everyone's heart. According to what Gu Wanfeng said, it was indeed possible. This Jiang Chen's origin was unknown. If something happened to him, who could bear the responsibility? Jiang Chen's slaughter dragon seal made everyone suspicious. After all, Jiang Chen had just entered the sect not long ago. However, Gu Wanfeng was already an elder in the inner sect. Although he was a despicable person, he still had the right to speak. Moreover, his words concerned everyone's safety. Thus, everyone had to take it seriously. Bewitching people's hearts. Jiang Qinlanglang looked at Gu Wanfeng. He did not expect this guy to be this cunning. After realizing that he could not defeat him, he actually thought of such a sinister method. Most importantly, his credibility in Profound Feng sect was not as high as Gu Wanfeng's. Gu Wanfeng's move pushed him to the moral high ground, but at the same time, he also stepped on Jiang Chen. Bai Yunfei frowned. From his point of view, this was definitely Gu Wanfeng's method. However, he did not dare to believe it. He was even more uncertain if Jiang Chen's slaughter dragon seal's chi of death was evil or not. Chapter 2244. These people really want the world to be in chaos, following the crowd's opinion. Ling Yunlonglong said. At this moment, the public opinion was leaning towards Gu Wanfeng's side, and Jiang Chen had become the focus of everyone's criticism. Although this kind of suspicion was baseless, anyone would rather believe it than not. After all, such a big matter within the sect was not something to be trifled with. Jiang Chen, you must give us an explanation. Otherwise, I will be the first to not let you off. Gu Wanfeng shouted in a deep voice. A tsunami-like voice rang out from behind him. Give us an explanation. We need to take responsibility for our own lives. The sect's safety comes first. We request for a severe punishment, no mercy. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely gloomy. These people really followed the crowd's opinion. They did not have their own judgment. Could it be that he still needs to start a massacre? With his current strength, he definitely could not do it. However, these people were too hateful. Jiang Chen's patience had reached its limit. Gu Wanfeng, you really don't want your face anymore. I really feel ashamed for you. You really put in a lot of effort to frame me. Jiang Chen said coldly. Haha, I frame you? If you are innocent, you can throw away your weapon and follow me to the inner sect law enforcement hall. We can investigate this. If you are really innocent, then what can we do? Profound Feng sect has always enforced the law impartially. The sect rules are strict, and no one is allowed to enter Profound Feng sect. However, he would never wrongly accuse any good disciple who was truly striving upwards. What do you think? Gu Wanfeng was even more arrogant this time as he looked at Jiang Chen proudly. At this moment, he had regained the initiative. Once he entered the inner sect, wouldn't he be the one in charge? His master had the highest status in the sect, second only to the sect master and the great elder, the alchemy elder. Who could compete with him? Even in the law enforcement hall, there were people who admired his pills. When he breaks through to the true god realm in the future, he would definitely soar to the sky. Moreover, he would take over his master Lin Zhongqiang's position and become the Profound Feng sect's alchemy elder. Who could compete with such an identity? You do have a good mouth. Turning black into white, reversing the facts. Impermanence. Gu Wanfeng, you have made me lose my patience. Today I must kill you. Jiang Chen was completely speechless towards this shameless fellow. Right now, he only wanted to kill, and he had to kill this Gu Wanfeng to relieve the hatred in his heart. Are you angry from embarrassment now? You don't even dare to speak a word or two, let alone follow me to the law enforcement hall, right? Ha ha, it seems that I really have a keen eye. This time, I've eradicated a malignant tumor for the sect. It's definitely a great merit. I don't believe that you still want to silence me in front of everyone's eyes. In such a short period of time, you've continuously stirred up chaos in the sect and killed several of our outer sect disciples. Moreover, you've completely disregarded the sect's rules. Now that you've been exposed, what else do you have to say? Gu Wanfeng stood proudly without fear towards Jiang Chen. Moreover, he had become the target of everyone's support. Every disciple had to be responsible for their own safety, and the sect would definitely not allow such a person to appear. Gu Wanfeng no longer had any worries. Such a person would definitely be punished by the sect. They would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one go, because this kind of probability could topple a great sect. If it was an evil sect or a spy from the outer sect, then things would not be so simple. Jiang Chen. Bai Yunfei looked at Jiang Chen. I'm a righteous person. Whether I'm an evil sect or not, I don't need a shameless scum like Gu Wanfeng to comment. Today shall be the day of your death. Jiang Chen snorted. He did not care about Bai Yunfei and flew towards Gu Wanfeng. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. The void shattered as he charged towards Gu Wanfeng. You dare to kill me? Gu Wanfeng roared in anger. His expression became extremely ugly because Jiang Chen really raised his sword and charged towards him. Let's talk this out. Jiang Chen, this is a serious matter. You must not act recklessly. I believe you, but you must prove your innocence. Bai Yunfei said with a serious expression. I've been forced by him time and time again, and he even framed me. If I let him live, then I'm not called Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen flashed past Bai Yunfei and went straight towards Gu Wanfeng. Brat, you dare? Stop. A cold voice rang out. A vigorous middle-aged man appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The man's expression was cold as he looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. The beard on his face gave people a feeling of vicissitudes. No matter who you are, you can't stop me. Inner Sect's 21st. Horned Beard Huang Bin. You want to kill Brother Wan today? Dream on. With me here. I'll take you to the law enforcement hall. Huang Bin roared in anger, his voice shaking the heavens. It's him? Horned Beard Huang Bin. This guy is only second to the top 10 inner sect experts. Someone said that even the big senior of the outer sect, Yang Jian, might not be his match. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Everyone was extremely shocked. This time, even an inner sect expert had appeared, and it was the 11th ranked inner sect expert, Curly Beard guest. Frankly speaking, this battle would definitely alert the entire sect, and Jiang Chen had been forced into a desperate situation. Now, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. I've said it before. No one can stop me. I will kill him. Those who stop me shall die. Jiang Chen's voice was like the Sanskrit of the 9 heavens. At this moment, even Huang Bin felt a chill. This guy's eyes were really scary, making people feel strange. Then you'll have to go through me first. Huang Bin raised his blade and stood in front of Gu Wanfeng. At this moment, there was only Jiang Chen in his eyes. He and Gu Wanfeng were sworn brothers, so he naturally could not just stand by and watch. Kill him directly. Gu Wanfeng transmitted his voice to Huang Bin. In his heart, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. This guy must not live. No matter if he's a spy or not, he must be killed in one strike. Otherwise, he'll become a huge problem in the future. Huang Bin silently nodded, while Jiang Chen sneered. No one could withstand his rage. Fusion of dragon and sword. Invincible under the heavens. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He transformed into the heavenly dragon sword and fused with it. A 9-revolution golden dragon appeared, pointing towards the heavens. Huang Bin's expression was serious. His eyes suddenly widened, and he did not show any change in expression. He directly clashed with Jiang Chen. In the next moment, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon and sword fusion instantly pierced through Huang Bin's body, completing the instant kill. At this moment, the entire sky turned golden. Everyone were dumbfounded. At this moment, Jiang Chen was like the son of a true dragon, invincible and invincible. Chapter 22:45. The power of the sword rippled. Gu Wanfeng's pupils shrunk and his face was aghast. Because of Huang Bin's death, the heavenly dragon sword's next target was him. Even Huang Bin could not block this sword and was instantly killed. Gu Wanfeng knew that Jiang Chen was determined to kill him. Isn't this guy too terrifying? Yeah, he killed Huang Bin in an instant. I dare say that even the top 10 experts of the inner gate might not be able to do it so calmly, right? No, you can't kill me, Jiang Chen. No, Jiang Chen and the heavenly dragon sword fused into one. That kind of domineering aura was unstoppable. A middle void god was already so terrifying. Bai Yunfei's blood was boiling and his eyes were shining brightly. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. However, before Gu Wanfeng could finish his words, Jiang Chen's fusion of dragon and sword had already pierced through his body. At this moment, Gu Wanfeng's eyes widened and he died. No one expected that Jiang Chen would act so brazenly and kill 2 of them. One of them was the Inner Sect 100 Battle Rankings 21st expert, Huang Bin. The other one was the famous disciple of the Alchemy Elder, the most talented disciple. Killing people like drinking water. At this moment, no one dared to say a word. What was left was only fear for Jiang Chen and sympathy for Gu Wanfeng. At this moment, the heavens and earth became quiet. You've caused a huge disaster. Sigh. Bai Yunfei said. I don't think that this is a disaster. Jiang Chen smiled faintly with a playful smile on his face. He was full of confidence in himself. This is what an expert should be like. Ling Yun said indifferently. Yu looked at Sister Ling. She also supported Jiang Chen in her heart. This Gu Wanfeng was too overbearing, causing Jiang Chen to take a few steps back. Unfortunately, he did not know that he was asking for trouble. Now that Gu Wanfeng and Huang Bin were both dead, the entire trading market was in chaos. All of a sudden, a figure appeared. I am the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lei Li. Who is Jiang Chen? A middle-aged man held a trident in his hand. His expression was cold as he looked down on everyone. This person's strength was obviously at the true god realm. No one could resist him. I am. Jiang Chen took a step forward. His eyes met Lei Li's, not backing down at all. All right, come with me. You're quite bold to kill someone in public and ignore the sect's rules. Lei Li said calmly. There's nothing wrong with me killing people. Jiang Chen said coldly, neither servile nor overbearing as he looked at Lei Li. There's no point in telling me this. Come with me. You too, Bai Yunfei. Yes. Elder Lei. Bai Yunfei said respectfully. You're quite forceful. A life for a life, a debt for a debt. You'll meet your doom in the end. Lei Li said faintly. A despicable person will be punished by the heavens. A despicable person like Gu Wanfeng should be killed by the heavens. As for me, I'm just doing justice for the heavens. Jiang Chen's reply made Lei Li's eyelids twitch. You're quite optimistic. But I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as you think. You guys go back and wait for me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun. All right. Ling Yun nodded. Like a good wife, she brought you air and left the trading market. This time, you've suffered a huge setback. Gu Wanfeng is Elder Lin Zhongqiang's disciple. Elder Lin's position in the sect is just below the sect lord and the great elder. Plus, he's just a step away from fusing with the divine spark and becoming a heavenly god. If Elder Lin were to make things difficult for you, I'm afraid even the sect lord will be in a difficult position. Bai Yunfei said quietly. Thank you, Senior Bai. But this time, it seems like I've alarmed quite a lot of people. Fengming Mountain, 9-star peak. Sect Lord Hall. Standing at the top of the mountain, the scenery was beautiful, and the aura shook the mountain range. There were carved beams and painted pillars, enshrouded in a divine charm and a rising aura. Cranes were singing, ancient vines were everywhere, birds and beasts were flocking in the forest, and streams were flowing. In the hall, a green-robed middle-aged man sat on the main seat. The man's aura was steady, his eyes were sharp, and there was a majestic aura around him. He wore a plain robe without any decorations, but his aura was overbearing, giving people a hard to look at him. This person was Profound Feng Sect Lord, Xian Qingming, a heavenly god expert. Definitely. Jiang Chen could clearly feel the aura of this person. It was the same as when Ling Yun fought against the Profound Ice Azure Dragon. Beside him, there were 4 people sitting on each side. Their auras were quite extraordinary. Sect Lord, I've brought Jiang Chen here. Lei Li bowed and said. Xian Qingming waved his hand, signaling Lei Li to step down. This matter concerns 2 inner sect disciples, and one of them is Elder Lin's nominal disciple. You're just an outer sect disciple. Do you know your crime? Xian Qingming said faintly, giving Jiang Chen a formless pressure. Gu Wanfeng disturbed the hearts of the disciples, and forced me to hand over the pill formula again and again. It's because he couldn't bear to see me earning money from selling pills, so he pressured me. Every step he took was filled with killing intent, wanting to kill me. I've been patient, but he's still stubborn. When I asked him for the pill formula, he said that I'm shameless. When he asked me for the pill formula, it's natural. Such a shameless bastard. If I don't kill him, what's the point of keeping him alive? I'm afraid that the Profound Feng Sect's reputation will suffer a greater loss. I believe Sect Lord will see through this. The elders will not treat the innocent unjustly. Jiang Chen said faintly, neither servile nor overbearing. In other words, what's the point of having such an inner sect disciple with talent but no virtue? In my eyes, talent is even more useless. Hee. Jiang Chen's words stunned everyone. Such an arrogant fella. To say that the #1 inner sect alchemist has no virtue and no talent. Such words were rare. A bunch of nonsense. Although Gu Wanfeng is only my disciple in name, I still know what kind of person he is. This fella killed 2 people and disregarded the sect's rules. How can we let him go free? Won't Profound Feng Sect become a mess in the future? A long-bearded old man Lang said. This person was the prominent alchemist elder of the sect, Lin Zhongqiang. If that's the case, you don't need to ask me. Go ask the disciples in the sect and you'll know. Senior Brother Bai was also present, so he should know everything about this matter. If Sect Lord doesn't believe me, you can ask Senior Bai. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, not putting the long-bearded old man in his eyes. He believed that Profound Feng Sect would not be so unreasonable. As a heavenly god expert, Jiang Chen could see that Xian Qingming was not an idiot. You're the outer sex by Yunfei, right? Xian Qingming looked at by Yunfei. The truth is like what Jiang Chen said. Senior Gu Wanfeng bullied us and wanted to kill us. He was killed because he was not strong enough. Moreover, he insulted us with his words and every step he took was filled with killing intent. Senior Gu only has himself to blame. Nonsense. Chapter 2246. Bai Yunfei's words stirred up a discussion among the crowd. Other than Xian Qingming, almost everyone frowned. Because this issue had already reached a state of polarity. Lin Zhongqiang wanted to take revenge for his disciple, so he did not want Jiang Chen to stand on the side of justice and belittle his disciple. Although Gu Wanfeng was not his disciple yet, Lin Zhongqiang had already acknowledged him in his heart. He only wanted to train Gu Wanfeng's strength, so he took him as a disciple in name. But everyone knew that Gu Wanfeng was Lin Zhongqiang's heart. This piece of his heart was cut off by Jiang Chen. How could he not feel the pain? The other elders did not dare to say anything. After all, Lin Zhongqiang's identity was there, second only to the sect lord and the great elder. Whoever went against him would definitely not have a good ending. Great elder Yan Junlanglang looked at Jiang Chen. He did not know why, but he felt that this fellow was not pleasing to his eyes. He did not even seem like a good person. Moreover, he did not seem to have any respect for his elders, facing the sect lord without any fear. To put it nicely, he was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. To put it bluntly, he did not care about his status. This fella, I think he's a little arrogant. It's fine if you don't believe his words. Yan Jun sneered and looked at Jiang Chen. Although he was not afraid of Lin Zhongqiang, there was no need to offend him. After all, they were both elders of the sect. He still had to stand on Lin Zhongqiang's side in this matter. Thank you, great elder, for your insight, Lin Zhongqiang said with a smile. Everyone on the scene agreed with him. Only Xian Qingming did not say anything. But the truth was clear. Asking Bai Yunfei was basically a waste of time. After the great elder finished speaking, many people started to lean towards them. Supporting you is called being perceptive? Let me ask the sect lord, what kind of insight is this? Could it be that just based on the words of the first elder, you are able to conclude that all the blame for this matter is on me? Jiang Chen sneered, fearlessly facing the great elder and Lin Zhongqiang. At this moment, Jiang Chen did not show any signs of weakness. Even against the great elder's pressure, he still gritted his teeth and endured. Are you suspecting me? Yan Jun shouted with a deafening voice. Even Lei Li, who was standing beside Jiang Chen, frowned slightly. The great elder seemed to be a little too angry. The sect lord was still here and he was already furious. Even he, a member of the law enforcement hall, could not stand it anymore. In his point of view, Jiang Chen might not have done anything wrong, but it was a pity that he had offended two people, the great elder Yan Jun and the alchemist elder Lin Zhongqiang. It's not that I doubt you, but I don't believe you at all. With the sect master above, what right do you have to make such a ruckus? Are you trying to rebel against the great elder? The great elder is very dignified. Of course I don't dare to go against you. But you shouldn't disregard the sect lord in public. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. What a clever little brat. You have a glib tongue and take things out of context. You dare to slander me. Is there anyone in Profound Feng sect who dares to talk to me like this? Even the sect lord doesn't dare to? It seems like you've never put the sect lord in your eyes from the beginning. Isn't that enough? Jiang Chen's words made Yan Jun speechless. This fella is really hard to deal with. But at this moment, Yan Jun was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Enough. Let's not talk about this now. Xian Qingming said faintly. As the sect lord, he stopped the great elder the moment he spoke. Although Jiang Chen's words were to push the blame away, it was not without reason. The great elder was overbearing and did not put the sect lord in his eyes. This was the truth. Xian Qingming naturally wouldn't be misled by others. However, the first elder was a bit too overbearing at this moment. Sect lord, I didn't mean it that way. I hope the sect lord will not listen to the slanderous words. Yan Jun said faintly. He could choose not to say it, but in order to make Xian Qingming not be on guard against him, he still said it out loud. After all, if the sect lord listened to Jiang Chen's words, then he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. I know that the Great Elder only cares about the sect. Xian Qingming looked at Yan Jun and smiled. Jiang Chen, let me ask you. The hand seal that you used was filled with death qi. What's going on? Why did you kill Gu Wanfeng when he said that you're a spy? This should be the truth, right? Bai Yunfei, am I right? Indeed, it's like that. Bai Yunfei hesitated for a moment, but this was the undeniable truth. Jiang Chen didn't blame Bai Yunfei because he was telling the truth. Lei Li's eyes were as cold as an ice sword. He glanced at Jiang Chen and took a step forward and said faintly, Sect Lord, from what Lei Li sees, this Jiang Chen is not a coward. He's upright and righteous. If I'm framed again and again, and he tried to kill me time and time again, then let me ask the Sect Lord, is it wrong for me to kill this person? Taking advantage of one's position to bully others. Was this the behavior of an inner sect senior brother? I did not want to be enemies with him, but he did not want to let it go and even wanted to steal my pill recipe. Shameless to the extreme. I killed this person to serve justice. As for the sky full of death qi, that's just a trick of mine. Could it be that this is a crime of betrayal? As for killing him, that's even more ridiculous. Since I dare to confront the Sect Lord, it means that I have a clear conscience. Sect Lord, please understand. Jiang Chen's words were impassioned and his expression was arrogant. Every word was true. At least, Jiang Chen had a clear conscience. Otherwise, why would he say such confident words? Bai Yunfei looked at Jiang Chen in admiration. This fellow was really arrogant. Even in front of the Sect Lord, he was still so confident. This fella is just quibbling. Just when Gu Wanfeng said that he had betrayed the sect, he killed him. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Hee. Lin Zhongqiang laughed coldly. Jiang Chen, are you afraid of me? Xian Qingming said as he stared at Jiang Chen. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the sect lord to exert such pressure on Jiang Chen. But no one expected that Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. The sect lord's pressure seemed to have no effect on him. Even those late true god elders had a solemn expression. The sect lord's prestige was not to be underestimated. Chapter 22:47. Why should I be afraid of the sect lord? The sect lord won't eat me. You're the sect lord, powerful and virtuous. You're our sect's role model, a role model for us to learn from. If there's a crisis, you'll definitely stand in front of us and protect us. I only have respect for the sect lord, no fear. I do things righteously, meticulously and with a clear conscience. Why should I be afraid? A gentleman is magnanimous. A villain is always sad. Jiang Chen said righteously. He had a clear conscience. That's why he confronted Xian Qingming. He believed that Xian Qingming was a fair and just sect lord. Because of his gloominess and coldness, a person like him would never be swayed by slanderous words. That's why Jiang Chen dared to speak so boldly. Xian Qingming was a righteous sect lord. Xian Qingming's eyes were cold as he stared at Jiang Chen. Everyone held their breath as they were waiting for Xian Qingming to punish Jiang Chen. Wasn't he courting death by talking to the sect lord in such a manner? Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself. Yan Jun thought and looked at Jiang Chen in disdain. Bai Yunfei sighed. This fellow really doesn't know how high the sky is. Looks like a prodigy of the generation is going to fall. Well said. Ha ha. I like you, kid. Respectable but not scary. You are indeed the most arrogant young man I have ever seen. You are also the most talented one. Killing 2 half-step true god inner sect disciples when you are only a mid-void god. You are indeed extraordinary. The 2 of them only have themselves to blame. What you've said is the same as what I know. As for whether they're loyal or not, I know what I'm doing. Xian Qingming's words made everyone dumbfounded. That's it? And he even praised Jiang Chen, saying that he's young and promising. Isn't this too hasty? Both the great elder Yan Jun and Lin Zhongqiang were depressed. They were not satisfied with the sect lord's result. Lin Zhongqiang was the most depressed. He was Gu Wanfeng's master. If he could not help Gu Wanfeng regain his face, how could he stand among the elders in the future? How could he gain a foothold in profound Feng sect? Sect leader, this is too easy on this brat. Don't tell me we're just going to let him off after killing Gu Wanfeng and Huang Bin? Lin Zhongqiang said in a deep voice. What else do you want? A half-step true god inner sect disciple couldn't even defeat a mid-void god outer sect disciple. I can only say that he deserved to die. Xian Qingming's words were filled with coldness. He was very dissatisfied with the alliance between Lin Zhongqiang and the Grand Elder. Moreover, this matter wasn't Jiang Chen's fault. You can find out more about this matter. Gu Wanfeng was overbearing and determined to kill, which led to this disaster. As for Jiang Chen's character, I will decide for myself. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Lin Zhongqiang's face darkened. But since the Grand Master had already said it like this, he couldn't continue on. Otherwise, he would be going against the Grand Master. On the other hand, Yan Jun closed his eyes to rest. Although he was unhappy and his grandson was killed, he felt depressed. At this moment, he did not want to say anything more. However, he felt that this Jiang Chen was not simple. Moreover, this fellow was not pleasing to his eyes. Thank you, sect leader. Jiang Chen's gratitude was not only for the sect leader's insight, but also the last sentence, I like it. It made everyone understand that the sect leader was not only wise, he really admired this Jiang Chen. None of you should find trouble with him in the future. As the elders of the sect, they naturally understood the sect leader's intention. The only ones who were unhappy were Lin Zhongqiang and Yan Jun. Go back. You can try to enter the hidden secret realm soon. 10 inner disciples and 3 outer disciples. If you can defeat any one of them, you'll be qualified to enter the hidden secret realm. Little fella, don't disappoint me. Hee. Xian Qingming said with a faint smile. His figure flashed and disappeared from the sect leader's hall. However, Jiang Chen saw 2 sharp eyes looking at him. It was the Great Elder, Yan Jun, and the Alchemy Elder, Lin Zhongqiang. Thinking about the hidden secret realm, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He really wanted to get one of the quotas. The hidden secret realm would be a great place for them to train themselves. Jiang Chen smiled proudly and did not put it in his heart. These 2 people would stand against him sooner or later. The Great Elder was Yan Feng's grandfather, and Lin Zhongqiang was Gu Wanfeng's master. They would not let this matter go easily. Outside the hall, Jiang Chen looked at Lei Li with a smile. Thank you, Hall Master Lei. Jiang Chen owes you a favor for today's matter. I'm just stating the facts. Everyone in the inner sect knows about Gu Wanfeng's character, but he's a hypocrite. If it wasn't for Elder Lin's protection, I'm afraid that someone would have taken action against him. By killing him, you've gotten rid of a scum for the inner sect. Lei Li said indifferently. His expression was cold as if he was a little unreasonable. However, Jiang Chen could see that he was actually filled with justice. Otherwise, he would not speak up for Jiang Chen today. Thank you, Senior Bai. I'm just stating the facts. Bai Yunfei waved his hand. He did not have any intention to claim credit. Moreover, this Jiang Chen was already on the same level as him. His dignity as a senior seemed to be useless in front of Jiang Chen. Sometimes, it's not easy to speak the truth. You guys are on your own now. Lei Li turned around and was about to leave. However, Jiang Chen stopped him. Hall Master Lei, can I have a word with you? Lei Li frowned. He did not know what Jiang Chen wanted to do. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Junior Jiang, if you need anything in the future, just come and find me. Bai Yunfei said goodbye to Jiang Chen and left first. Hall Master Lei, are you suffering from the invasion of the lightning poison? Jiang Chen's words caused Lei Li's eyes to freeze as he stared at Jiang Chen. I can sense that the state of your body is extremely unstable. Moreover, you are unable to control the raging lightning energy within your body. At this very moment, that lightning energy has already turned into lightning poison. You should be suffering quite a lot right now. Brat, your eyes are quite sharp, aren't they? What do you mean? Lei Li said in a deep voice. However, his eyes revealed a shocked expression. This fellow's eyes were really sharp. He was actually able to see that his body was in such a dangerous situation. Moreover, he had never mentioned this matter to anyone. The lightning poison within his body was already causing him to be in great pain. I have a way to get rid of the lightning poison in your body. Jiang Chen smiled. What did you say? Lei Li widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He was a mid-true god, yet he could not do anything about this lightning poison. Lin Zhongqiang also could not do anything about it. How could he get rid of this lightning poison? Chapter 2248. Are you sure you dare to take responsibility for what you said? Lei Li said word by word. Because this was not a small matter. A mid-void god disciple dared to say such words. If it was someone else, Lei Li would have slapped that person away. But Jiang Chen's achievements were really shocking. Moreover, Jiang Chen's expression was so serious that it didn't seem like he was joking. Jiang Chen's face was full of confidence. If you can help me get rid of the lightning poison in my body, then I, Lei Li, will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Lei Li and Jiang Chen looked into each other's eyes with anticipation. Hall Leader Lei, you are too serious. If you don't help me, why should I do this? Good people will be rewarded. Don't worry, I will take care of your lightning poison. Then, thank you. Lei Li did not refuse, although he was still hesitant. After all, it was still unknown if Jiang Chen could help him get rid of the lightning poison. The two of them came to Lei Li's cave dwelling. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he held Lei Li's wrist with one hand. A pure 5-elemental true fire entered Lei Li's body. Before this, the dawn sky golden lightning in Jiang Chen's body felt something strange in Lei Li's body. It seemed to be a strange lightning, but it had already caused Lei Li's body to be riddled with holes, causing Lei Li to suffer greatly. When the strange lightning energy met Jiang Chen's 5-elemental true fire, it immediately retreated. Lightning and fire were incompatible, especially the 5-elemental true fire. The lightning energy seemed to be greatly frightened. It started to shrink and merge together. Jiang Chen sneered. The lightning energy seemed to have some consciousness. However, it still stood no chance against his 5-elemental true fire. The lightning energy wanted to stay in Jiang Chen's body, but it did not expect Jiang Chen's 5-elemental true fire to be extremely violent. Every type of fire made it hard for the lightning energy to resist. When the 5-elemental true fire appeared, the terrifying lightning energy started to weaken and was purified by the 5-elemental true fire. Still want to run? Let's see where you can run to. Jiang Chen let out a low roar. The 5-elemental true fire had completely fused into Lei Li's body. Lei Li had also experienced tremendous pain. The pain of the lightning fire fusing in his body was imaginable. Moreover, the 5-elemental true fire was even more ferocious than the lightning poison. If not for Jiang Chen's protection, the 5-elemental true fire would have completely destroyed Lei Li's body. Time ticked by and Lei Li had already experienced great pain. However, he could feel that the lightning poison in his body was being compressed bit by Jiang Chen, becoming smaller and smaller. Disappear for me. Following Jiang Chen's roar, the 5-element true fire completely devoured the power of lightning in Lei Li's body, which was the so-called rampaging lightning poison. Lei Li's body shuddered, as though he had experienced 7 days and 7 nights of battle. His body was hollowed out and the 5-elemental true fire had been eliminated. The thunderbolt energy in his body emitted a blue light and eventually disappeared into the void. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly flashed as if he was deep in thought. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Jiang Chen smiled. I really did not expect you to be so powerful. Looks like I have underestimated you. Lei Li will forever remember this great favor. Lei Li's face was pale and his body was extremely weak. However, he was relatively happy. The lightning poison that had wreaked havoc in his body for over 50 years was finally gone. The torture that he had suffered from the lightning poison for over 50 years was indescribable. Jiang Chen was like a savior sent by the heavens. Even Lin Zhongqiang was helpless against the lightning poison, but it was actually removed by Jiang Chen. Lei Li could not believe it previously, but at this moment, he was incomparably excited. Hall Master Lei, you are exaggerating. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, "Oh right, how did you get entangled by the lightning poison? What about the lightning poison?" Jiang Chen looked at Lei Li and asked, "Speaking of this lightning poison, Sai, I can only blame myself for being greedy for a moment. Haha, that was something that happened over 50 years ago. When I was training outside, I encountered a lightning sea in a great canyon. Out of curiosity, I went to investigate it. However, I did not expect that in the end. I nearly lost my life there." Lei Li sighed. He seemed to have aged a lot. For so many years, he had been tortured by the lightning poison. This pain was not something that others could understand. Only he knew how torturous it was. You should have wanted to take the lightning for yourself, but in the end, you realized that the lightning energy was not something that you could control, right? Jiang Chen said solemnly. You even know this. Looks like you have already guessed my thoughts. Lei Li smiled bitterly. His plan was naturally good, but it was a pity that he did not have the ability to do so. Although you are born with a lightning body, you are unable to bear such a majestic lightning energy. Moreover, the lightning poison in your body has a trace of consciousness. I think that the lightning you encountered should be even more terrifying than this. Jiang Chen's words made Lei Li widen his eyes once again. This guy is really shocking. It's as if he was at the scene and saw everything with his own eyes. Originally, Lei Li did not tell anyone about this matter. He even wanted to bury it deep in his heart. After all, this was not a good thing for him. Moreover, the lightning was too terrifying. Moreover, it had consciousness and its spiritual body had just risen. It was not restricted by the world. That was the most shocking thing. You're right. I did not expect you to know so much about it. That terrifying lightning was blue in color and the lightning source was red. It looked extremely strange. When I first discovered it in the heaven-reaching Grand Canyon, it was by chance. That place was a deserted place. Basically, no one would step into it. That was a natural death zone. At the peak of the canyon, a terrifying lightning bolt struck down. It was truly shocking. Unfortunately, I was too greedy and almost lost my life. Only then did I realize that I couldn't subdue the lightning energy. I'm afraid that the lightning energy has already surpassed the heavenly god realm. Although it hasn't reached its peak yet, it shouldn't be too far away. The heavenly treasures are blessed by the heavens and earth. Compared to humans, they are blessed by the heavens and earth. Looking at Lei Li's expression, Jiang Chen could imagine how terrifying the lightning energy must be to have left such a huge impact on him. If it wasn't for the lightning, I'm afraid that I would have already broken through to the late void god realm. Now that the lightning poison has been removed, I no longer need to compete with the lightning poison anymore. Ha! Chapter 2249. Where's the heaven-reaching Grand Canyon that you mentioned? Jiang Chen asked seriously. Lei Li's expression instantly turned gloomy. How could he not see through Jiang Chen's intention? This guy must be thinking about the lightning source. But his cultivation realm was too weak. Even with the 5 elemental true fire, it was still impossible for him to subdue the lightning source. Even though he was a true god and had the lightning body, he still failed and almost lost his life. Even if Jiang Chen was talented, it would still be extremely difficult for him to subdue the lightning source. That's not a fun place. I advise you not to go there. Since you know what I'm thinking, then you should know what kind of person I am. Even in profound Feng sect, there's no one who can subdue me. Jiang Chen smiled and said, not even the sect lord? Maybe now. But I will definitely surpass him in the future. Jiang Chen's reply stunned Lei Li slightly and then he laughed out loud. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. You'll definitely become a great person in the future. I'm optimistic about you. Ha! In other words, if you're a true god, I'm afraid that even I will have to be wary of you. Jiang Chen did not refute Lei Li's words. Instead, he smiled indifferently. Even if he were to go all out, he might not be afraid of Lei Li. Of course, he would not argue with Lei Li about this. I know that I can't stop you. But I hope that if you're not confident, don't go there. If you succeed, everything will be fine. If you fail, I'm afraid that your reputation will be ruined and you'll die on the spot. This is not a joke. I understand. Lei Li seemed to have fallen into his memories and his expression became a little cautious. This showed how terrifying the lightning source was. It was still unforgettable. The heaven-reaching Grand Canyon is between Deer Morn Mountain and Thousand Cauldron Mountain. I don't know how far it is from here. I'm afraid that you'll need at least a year to reach there. If you need it, I will draw a map for you. That nameless thunderbolt essence is something of extreme yang in the world. Furthermore, it absorbs the essence of the world, sun, and moon. It is far from something that humans can easily obtain. If it wasn't for my thunderbolt body, I wouldn't have dared to rashly attempt it even if I were 10 times more courageous. In the end, I discovered that my thunderbolt body is actually a joke in front of that thunderbolt essence. Lei Li sighed. But it was finally over. After so many years, he had already walked out of the haze. He just didn't want to see Jiang Chen follow in his footsteps. Thank you for the reminder, Hall Master Lei. There's no need to be so polite. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Brother Lei from now on. I know that I was able to get my life back. If you hadn't helped me escape this place, I wouldn't have lived for more than 10 years. Haha, Brother Lei is too polite. In that case, I'll be leaving first. All right. I will draw a map of the Tongtian Grand Canyon for you another day. Lei Li looked at Jiang Chen's back as he left and sighed lightly. He hoped that Jiang Chen would not do anything stupid. After all, it was not a joke. He did not dare to try to obtain the Thunderbolt essence anymore. It was something that was born from the heavens and earth. If he were to devour it, wouldn't he be going against the heavens? Fengxi Mountain. In Yan Jun's cave dwelling. Yan Jun, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. His face was extremely gloomy. To think that you still dare to come to Profound Feng sect. I want to see just what kind of god you are. Yan Jun roared furiously, his voice reverberating 1,000 miles away. Practically all the elders in the entire Phoenix Creek Mountain could feel the first elder's rage. As for the reason, it was obvious that the death of his grandson had deeply agitated him. Since you're in Profound Feng sect, I will never let you leave here alive. To think that you would walk right into my trap. Don't let me find out where you are. Yan Jun's face was ferocious and trembling. He could feel the power of the 5 elemental true fire. His grandson was killed by the 5 elemental true fire. Hence, he was extremely sensitive to the 5 elemental true fire. The 5 elemental true fire had reappeared. He must find out who killed his grandson. However, when he was searching for the trace of the 5 elemental true fire, the power of the 5 elemental true fire suddenly disappeared. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yan Jun stood on the void, unable to restrain his anger. The power of the 5 elemental true fire had disappeared without a trace. He had finally found a clue, but it was broken again. I am not willing. I will find you even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Since you're in Profound Feng sect, I will not let you go. After Jiang Chen returned to the outer sect, it caused another uproar. No one had expected that Jiang Chen would return safely. One should know that he had killed 2 inner sect disciples. Both of them were famous people. They thought that the sect would punish Jiang Chen severely and kill him as an example. But now it seemed like they had thought too much. Countless people were guessing Jiang Chen's identity. But now that he had killed 2 inner sect disciples, he had become one of the top figures in the sect. Moreover, he had defeated Gu Wanfeng in the alchemy competition. Now, he had reaped both benefits and benefits. Everyone knew that there was a person called Jiang Chen in the outer sect. His strength was not ordinary and his alchemy skills were shocking. In an instant, Jiang Chen had become the hottest figure in the entire Profound Feng sect. In a few days, it'll be the time to enter the hidden secret realm. Who are you going to challenge? Bai Yunfei came to Jiang Chen's cave dwelling. Although he knew what to do, he still wanted to see Jiang Chen's choice. Li Hua Demon, Yan Cheng. Jiang Chen said faintly. I've already guessed it. However, you must not underestimate this fellow. To be able to become a ruthless person who was second only to one in the outer sect, Yan Cheng was definitely not someone easy to deal with. He might not be weaker than the top 10 experts of the inner sect. My strength is slightly stronger than Gu Wanfeng and Huang Bin. But it's still a bit difficult for me to enter the top 10. But this Yan Cheng is different. He had the qualification to enter the inner sect a long time ago. But he did not enter the inner sect and hid his strength. His strength should be at the half-step true god realm or even higher than the top 10 experts of the inner sect. You should know this. Bai Yunfei said with a serious expression. I'm a bit worried after listening to you. Why don't I challenge you? It should be easier. Forget it. You should challenge Yan Cheng. Bai Yunfei rolled his eyes and said. Ha ha ha. All right. Don't worry. I'm only 1 step away from the late void god realm. Jiang Chen had absorbed more than 100,000 mid-grade divine origin stones in this period of time. But he still could not break through to the late void god realm. These mid-grade divine origin stones helped him a lot. But his body was like a bottomless pit. Even Ling Yun was shocked. It was her first time encountering such a thing. 100,000 mid-grade divine origin stones was enough to nurture many outer sect disciples. But this guy could not even break through to the middle void god realm. No matter what, I still think highly of you. As long as you don't challenge me. Chapter 2250. I need to go into seclusion for 10 days. Ling Yun looked at Yu Er and said. She needed Jiang Chen to take care of her for the time being. Your strength? Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun in shock. Ling Yun nodded. Although I might not be able to recover to my peak, at least I'll be able to recover a part of my strength this time. Jiang Chen's heart calmed down. In this case, he wouldn't have to worry too much about Yu Er following her. Moreover, the two of them would definitely leave him in the future. Jiang Chen knew that this day wouldn't be far away. Ling Yun was destined not to be a person here. It was reasonable for her to leave. Yu Er following her would definitely be able to obtain a better and more perfect cultivation environment, far beyond what he could imagine. At her peak, Ling Yun's strength was comparable to the profound Feng Sect's sect lord, Xian Qingming. Then, her sect must be extremely powerful. There was no doubt about it. Don't worry. Leave Yu Er to me. I'm not a kid anymore. Do I need you guys to watch over me every day? Yu Er curled her lips and said. The current her had already broken through the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm. Her talent had also started to show. However, she would need Ling Yun's help to build her foundation in the Void God realm. Jiang Chen was not idle either. He was going to challenge Yan Cheng in a few days. Therefore, he planned to enter Deer Morn Mountain to cultivate and find some demonic beasts to practice with. At this moment, Bai Yunfei came. We're going to a place to look for fire spirit lizards. Are you interested? The person who organized this mission is Yang Jian, our outer sect's big senior. I think you've met him when you just entered the sect. Great. I was thinking of going to Deer Morn Mountain for a walk. Let's do it now. Ha! Jiang Chen and Bai Yunfei hit it off. The two of them found Yang Jian. There were two other disciples that came with them, the 6th and 9th on the 100 battle ranking. They were both peak late void gods. Bai Yunfei's strength should be at the half-step true god realm. Yang Jian's strength could only be described as unfathomable. In the entire inner sect, there might not be more than 3 to 5 people that could defeat him. Senior brother Yang. Jiang Chen saw Yang Jian and 2 others. The 5 of them gathered at the foot of Deer Mountain. Jiang Chen, not bad. The younger generation will surpass us in time. You are now a popular person in both the inner and outer sect. Yang Jian smiled faintly. Jiang Chen also could not see through Yang Jian's depth. Senior brother Yang is too kind. Hehe. Who are they? Jiang Chen smiled. Xueqi Gang. Tan Shanhe. The two of them also smiled at Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen had killed Huang Bin and Gu Wanfeng of the inner sect, even as outer sect seniors, the two of them did not put on any airs in front of Jiang Chen. With their strength, even if they were to fight against Jiang Chen, they would most likely lose. Moreover, especially at this time, strength triumphed over everything. Our trip might take 10 days to half a month. When we return, it will be the opening day of the hidden secret realm. We must not waste any time. So, no matter if we succeed or fail, we will return as soon as possible. The Qiyun Mountain Range in Deer Mountain is our destination. We should be able to reach there in 5 days. But once we reach there, it will no longer be under our profound Feng Sect's influence. Let me tell you guys first. Think twice before you do anything. Do not act recklessly. Yang Jian said solemnly. I received news that someone found a fire spirit lizard in the Qiyun Mountain Range. So, our target this time is a true God Realm fire spirit lizard. So, I hope that everyone can lend me a hand. I, Yang Jian, will not mistreat everyone. Alright. Let's go now. Come back early. Bai Yunfei smiled. The 5 of them headed towards the Qiyun Mountain Range. The Qiyun Mountain Range was just a mountain range to the west of the profound Feng Sect. But this place had already left the profound Feng Sect's influence. The profound Feng Sect's territory was not small, but it was not big either. The Qiyun Mountain Range was the territory of the Lotus Cloud Sect. All the disciples of the Lotus Cloud Sect were females. The sect lord was one of the experts in the Deer Mountain Range, even more powerful than Xian Qingming. The Deer Mountain Range only occupied 1% of the Linhe boundary. When Jiang Chen looked at the boundless Deer Mountain Range, he could only sigh silently. The divine world was too big. He had not even walked out of the Deer Mountain Range, not to mention the Linhe boundary, Lone Dragon County, Northern Coal Divine Region, Central Region Divine Land. He still had a long way to go, and this was just the beginning. The Deer Mountain Range was just a branch of the west side of the Deer Mountain Range. Even so, the Qiyun Mountain Range was still unreachable. Jiang Chen and the others took 5 days to reach the Qiyun Mountain Range. The trees were lush and covered with silver frost. 1,000 miles of ice and snow. It was a beautiful scene. This place is really a beautiful snowfield of ice mountains. The ancient trees are lush and lush. The plum blossoms are in full bloom. Compared to our profound Feng sect, the scenery here is more refreshing. Bai Yufei was very elegant and calm. He held a fan in his hand. Compared to the others, he was more calm as he enjoyed the beautiful scenery. Jiang Chen nodded silently. This place was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. The endless snowfield and the lush trees could still grow in such a low temperature. No wonder they were the wondrous trees of the divine world. Qiyun Mountain Range. We've finally arrived. Yang Jian heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't expect the journey to be so tiring. On the other hand, Jiang Chen seemed to be the weakest among them, but he seemed to be much more relaxed compared to them. This showed how strong his cultivation was. It was truly amazing. The afterglow of the setting sun shone down. 10 miles of mountain flowers were scattered in the clouds. Howl. A wolf's howl reverberated in the Qiyun Mountain Range. On the peak of the 8,000-meter mountain, the snow and ice were trembling. An avalanche could happen at any time. Then, more than 10 wolf howls reverberated in the air. Let's hurry up and be careful. The beasts here are very scary. I don't know why the fire spirit lizard would come to the Qiyun Mountain Range. Yang Jian said in a low voice, warning the others. His heart was filled with doubts. There's someone over there. Jiang Chen turned around abruptly and a strong wave of divine energy rippled out. It seemed like there were people fighting over there, and it wasn't just 1 or 2 people. Let's go and have a look. Chapter 2251. Who are these people? Jiang Chen frowned and asked. These people were all at the late Void God realm, but they still couldn't do anything to this huge wild boar. Looking at their clothes, they should be from the Lotus Cloud sect. Bai Yunfei said quietly. That's right. These people should be hunting this wild boar king. They came prepared. Yang Jian nodded and said, this wild boar king is very powerful. Although its strength hasn't reached the true god realm, it's not far from it. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. The terrifying beast was still able to advance and retreat in an orderly manner despite being besieged by more than 10 people. As expected of the wild boar king. However, the dozen of them were probably preparing to use their strongest moves to kill the wild boar king. This should be a black swallow boar. It's considered a demonic beast with low intelligence, but its strength is not weak at all. Demonic beasts are born from the heavens and earth, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. Normally, its strength is stronger than human cultivators. This wild boar king's combat strength should be comparable to a true god realm expert. They probably hunted this black swallow boar to eat it to aid their cultivation. The meat of this black swallow boar is even more precious than divine origin stones. After eating its meat, one's strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Yang Jian said with a solemn expression. There's still a difference between a true god and a void god. These people might not be able to take down this wild boar king. Yang Jian's words made Jiang Chen's heart sink. These people are not easy to deal with, but this wild boar king is the same. In other words, they're just a bunch of butchers. But who knows, they might even be killed by the pigs. Ha! Jiang Chen said with a smile. Bai Yunfei and Yang Jian were slightly stunned, but they soon smiled. You're right. If we don't kill the boar, we'll be killed by the boar. Tan Shanha said with a laugh. Who's spying on us? Get out here. A loud roar sounded out as a woman wielding a cyan steel sword stood proudly. With a sweep of her sword, tens of ancient trees in the surroundings were instantly destroyed. If it weren't for Jiang Chen and the others dodging in time, they would have already been turned into ashes. What a domineering girl. Jiang Chen sneered. His opponent did not hold back at all. She wanted to take his life. Her snow-white robes fluttered in the wind. Exquisite beyond compare. Cold and elegant. She stood in the air with an imposing manner. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. No matter who you are, get out of the Qiyun Mountain Range. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. The snow-robed woman said indifferently. However, her voice was like that of a death god from hell. She was not polite at all. I am Yang Jian, the eldest outer disciple of profound Feng sect. Today, I have no intention of disturbing your esteemed sect, but only to gain experience. I will leave the Qiyun Mountain Range in at most 5 days. Yang Jian said solemnly. They were here to look for the fire spirit lizard and did not want to cause any trouble. Especially the overlord of this place, Lotus Cloud Sect. They could not afford to offend them. Profound Feng Sect? Are you here for the Dragon Ball? The snow-robed woman stood high above, her back facing Jiang Chen and the others. Dragon Ball? No, no, no. We are only here for the fire spirit lizard. Once we catch the fire spirit lizard, we will not stay any longer. We will not cause any trouble for your esteemed sect. I hope you can agree to this. Yang Jian said respectfully. His eyes were filled with a hint of infatuation. He had never seen such a beautiful and elegant woman before. She was simply a peerless fairy. If that's the case, leave the Qiyun mountain range 5 days later and I will let bygones be bygones. The snow-robed woman said and quickly turned around, rushing towards the wild boar king. This woman should only exist in the heavens. Yang Jian nodded and said. His eyes were filled with admiration. Her temperament is out of this world and she's so sensible. It's really rare in this world. Bai Yunfei was the same. He looked highly upon the snow-robed woman in front of him. If we didn't dodge in time, we would have been killed by this woman. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and said. It was hard to understand why these two brothers admired this woman so much. In the end, goddesses always had their privileges. That's just a misunderstanding. If it's a life-and-death situation, anyone would do that. Moreover, our identities are unknown. We can't blame them. Yang Jian said in a low voice. That's reasonable. But what is the Dragon Ball that they mentioned? Bai Yunfei looked at Yang Jian and asked. Among the 5 of them, Yang Jian was the most knowledgeable one. Moreover, he had gone out for training several times. His experience and strength were not something the others could compare with. It should be the Dragon Crystal, also known as the Dragon Ball. I've read about it in an ancient book. The Dragon Ball is a legendary item. Could it be that the Qiyun mountain range will have a Dragon Ball? Looks like we didn't make this trip in vain, Jiang Chen said with a smile. What do you mean? Bai Yunfei looked at him thoughtfully. How can we return empty-handed when we enter a treasure mountain? Jiang Chen asked. This is not a small matter. Jiang Chen, our target is the fire spirit lizard. Once we get the fire spirit lizard, we have to leave this place as soon as possible. We can't let anything happen to us. I brought all of you out of the sect, and I will bring all of you back safely. This is my principle and mission. Yang Jian said seriously. All right, I understand, Senior Yang. Jiang Chen shrugged and said. At this moment, the snow-robed woman wielded her cyan steel sword and swept across the sky. The wild boar king's tusk was cut off by her sword. It let out a miserable shriek and retreated rapidly. A dozen female disciples of the Lotus Cloud sect rushed forward. The snow-robed woman turned around and raised her sword again. The radiance spread across 10 miles and slashed across the sky. What a powerful sword! Bai Yunfei took a deep breath. He would definitely not be able to block this sword. The power of the lady in the snow-white robe was so strong that it shocked them. Even Yang Jian did not dare to be careless. His expression was stern and he was meticulous. Not bad. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. This sword strike caused the wild boar king to be unable to retreat. A sword mark swept across its body, causing fresh blood to flow out. More than 10 female disciples took advantage of the situation and surrounded the wild boar king. The wild boar king was heavily injured and was finally defeated. Such a woman is really a proud daughter of heaven. Tan Shanhe said with a sigh. He was too far behind to catch up. Yeah, the strongest in the world surpasses us. Maybe only Senior Yang can compete with her. Xueqi Gang nodded silently. Chapter 2252. Jiang Chen and the others left the place quietly, disappearing from the eyes of the snow-robed lady and the others. However, Jiang Chen did not give up. No one knew how important the Dragon Ball was to him. He had a premonition that if he could obtain the Dragon Ball, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, there were 9 hollows on the Zulong Tower. If Jiang Chen was not wrong, those hollows might be the place where the Dragon Ball was embedded. However, Yang Jian insisted on finding the fire spirit lizard, so he could only follow him for now. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at the group of Lotus Cloud sect disciples. He had a premonition that they would meet again. Jiang Chen and the others searched for 3 days in the Qiyun mountain range, but they still could not find the shadow of the fire spirit lizard. However, they found 2 traces of it. Wherever it went, ice and snow would melt. There was also a thick claw mark. This meant that the fire spirit lizard must be in the Qiyun mountain range, and it was not far from them. It was just that they had not discovered it yet. We must find the fire spirit lizard. Yang Jian firmly believed that he could find the fire spirit lizard. As long as he obtained the fire spirit lizard's monster crystal, his strength would undergo a qualitative change. At that time, not only would he be ranked first in the outer sect, but he would also be ranked third in the inner sect. However, Jiang Chen's mind was filled with the shadow of the Dragon Ball. "Why are you so absent-minded these 2 days?" Bai Yunfei whispered and looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. "I did not rest well. Maybe I'm not used to this place." Jiang Chen gave an excuse and said with a smile, "It's all right. We are enough to find the fire spirit lizard. That fire spirit lizard is not that strong. According to Senior Yang's information, that fire spirit lizard is at most an early true god." "That's good." Jiang Chen nodded. The 5 of them walked through the Qiyun mountain range's 30,000 li southeast region again, but they still found nothing. The starry sky flickered. The moonlight shone brightly on the pure white snow. Jiang Chen and the others finally found the fire spirit lizard's tracks in the Grand Canyon. "This guy is probably hiding in this canyon," Yang Jian said in a deep voice, unable to conceal the excitement in his heart. The surroundings were filled with its paw prints. At this moment, the sky started to snow. Even though snowflakes filled the sky and fell one after another, they still couldn't completely erase its traces. The wind in the mountain was cold and gloomy. Snowflakes drifted down, and all was silent. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. My wait has finally come. Yang Jian was excited. If they could not find the fire spirit lizard in a day, they might have to go back because the hidden secret realm would open in a few days. Yang Jian would definitely not give up the opportunity to go to the hidden secret realm. Even if he was willing, Jiang Chen and Bai Yunfei would not want to waste time here. "I'll go take a look. Wait for my news," Bai Yunfei said. "Okay, be careful," Yang Jian reminded. Bai Yunfei followed the trail of the fire spirit lizard into the canyon. The wind and snow covered the deep mountain, giving people a feeling that a storm was coming. Jiang Chen also sensed a dangerous aura. This place seemed to be a natural stronghold. Unknowingly, this hidden canyon gave him an extremely oppressive feeling. Yang Jian and the others were also incomparably serious. At this moment, no one dared to let their guard down. Even though there was no battle yet, a battle could break out at any time. Half an hour passed. Bai Yunfei finally returned. At this moment, the fire spirit lizard's tracks had disappeared. "The fire spirit lizard is inside. I also saw a 3-headed scarlet flame dragon. That guy is even stronger than the fire spirit lizard. These 2 big guys are actually together peacefully. It's really unbelievable," Bai Yunfei said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with an incomparably solemn aura. 3-headed scarlet flame dragon. As long as this thing breaks through to the true god realm, it's not a problem to fight against 3 of them, Yang Jian said solemnly. He did not dare to act rashly. If they failed, the fire spirit lizard was easy to deal with, but the 3-headed scarlet flame dragon would not be so easy to deal with. "Then what should we do? Don't tell me we're going back like this?" Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said. He did not care about this now. If they couldn't win, they could only run away. Moreover, he was not that stubborn to put himself in a desperate situation just for a mission. Jiang Chen was not stupid. Even if Yang Jian made a great promise to him, he needed to be alive to enjoy it. "Shanhe, you and Bai Yunfei will be the vanguard. The 3 of us will cover your back. Once we fight, we can advance and retreat orderly." As soon as Yang Jian finished his words, Jiang Chen frowned and said, "Wait." Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and went into a trance. His soul power could feel that there was more than one force. There were 3 forces coming towards them at high speed and each of them was not weak. Jiang Chen's spiritual perception was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Not only did he absorb 100,000 divine sparks, he even killed a divine emperor divine soul for his own use. Although it was impossible to use all of the divine souls, Jiang Chen's divine soul had reached an extremely terrifying state. Even Jiang Chen himself did not know what level his divine soul had reached. What's wrong? Bai Yunfei asked. Are you sure we're the only force? What do you mean? Yang Jian's expression changed. That's right. I'm born with keen senses. I'm sure that there are 3 extremely powerful forces rushing here. Their target is also the Grand Canyon below. Jiang Chen said confidently. Are you sure? Tan Shanhe said in a low voice. He seemed to be doubtful. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It's fine to wait. Jiang Chen smiled. All right, we'll listen to you. Let's wait a little longer. As expected, 5 minutes later, the 3 forces had all entered the Grand Canyon. Among them there was a group of people. They were the people from the Lotus Cloud sect that they had met before. The lady in Snow White led the way, looking down on the crowd. It's them. Bai Yunfei looked at Jiang Chen in shock. This guy was really godly. The other 2 groups should not be underestimated. This time, we can only choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If we act rashly, it's easy to be ganged up on. Yang Jian said in a low voice. At this moment, he did not act rashly. Instead, he chose the safest method, which was to wait for the right moment. Chapter 2253. Jiang Chen stared at the snow-robed lady from afar. Other than that, there were 2 other forces that should not be underestimated. Yang Jian knew that these guys were stronger than them. If they were to rush out now, they would only be cannon fodder. The 3 leaders have already broken through to the true god realm. Looks like there's going to be a fierce battle. Bai Yunfei said as he looked at Yang Jian with a serious expression. His strength should have reached the true god realm too, right? Yang Jian nodded, giving Bai Yunfei and the others some peace of mind. Otherwise, if Yang Jian had not even reached the true god realm, then they could only return home. They did not have the qualifications to compete with this group of people. Be it the fire spirit lizard or the 3-headed scarlet flame dragon, their strengths were not to be underestimated. Not taking action now and letting the 3 groups fight each other was not a bad idea. It was just that they did not know if they would be the last one laughing. There was only one thought in Jiang Chen's mind, and that was to obtain the Dragon Ball. Although he did not know what the Dragon Ball was, he was sure that it would be beneficial to him. Therefore, he must find a way to get it, even if he had to give it his all. Let's not take action now. Let's hope that they won't notice us later. Yang Jian said softly. If Jiang Chen noticed them, they might have noticed them too. Hee. I never thought that even the people from the Valley of Happiness would come here to join in the fun. What a pity. TSK. A valiant-looking man who was bare-chested and half-armored said with a faint smile. He held a chipped blood-red battle-axe in his hand, and there was a cold glint in his eyes. The Shadow Killer sect is here. Shouldn't my Valley of Happiness be here too? What a joke. Do you think you can look down on the martial world with your own strength? What a fool's dream. The man from the Valley of Happiness said with a cold smile. He looked at the shirtless man with disdain. The 2 of you stepped into the territory of my Lotus Cloud sect without any explanation. Now, you want to do some shady business within the territory of my Lotus Cloud sect. Yuki Chihyun said faintly. Her temperament was refined, causing people to be unable to look away after a single glance, especially men. Very few people could escape from her eyes. Xueqi of the Assassin sect. I've long heard that the Lotus Cloud sect's direct disciple, Yuki Chihyun, is as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing her today, she truly lives up to her reputation. Even with my 10 years of meditation, I can't help but want to take a few more glances at Miss Yuki, to dispel my longing for her. Xueqi said seriously, looking at Yuki Chihyun calmly. It's hard for me to refute that. Lady Xue is an outstanding person with unparalleled beauty. If you want to find a woman comparable to her in this world, I'm afraid it would be difficult to find one even if you traveled thousands of miles. I'm Liao Bufan of the Valley of Happiness. Nice to meet you, Lady Xue. Liao Bufan also smiled faintly. His smile towards Yuki Chihyun was elegant, even filled with an ambiguous feeling. Since the 2 of you know about it, why did you come to my Lotus Cloud sect's territory to act so impudently? Yuki Chihyun's expression was cold and meticulous. In the depths of her eyes, there was only a cold killing intent. She didn't have a good impression of these 2 people. Their motive couldn't be any clearer. They were here to fight for the Dragon Pearl. Haha, although this Chiyun mountain range is under the jurisdiction of the Lotus Cloud sect, It's not your territory. We're just here to sightsee. Could it be that Lady Xue wants to chase us away? Liao Bufan lightly stroked his hair and smiled. It was true that he was filled with admiration towards Yuki Chihyun. That's right. We're not here to destroy the Qiyun mountain range. Why do you have to be so overbearing? Lady Xue, we're fated to meet here. This can be considered a kind of opportunity, isn't it? Xiaoying smiled faintly. It's a pity that we're not fated. In the end, aren't we here for the Dragon Pearl? Yuki Chihyun said coldly. The purpose of these people was self-evident. They gathered here to find the location of the Dragon Pearl. Since ancient times, the treasures of the heavens and earth belong to the virtuous. Since Lady Xue has already said so, there's no need for us to hide anymore. Since we're all here for the Dragon Pearl, let's see who's going to be the winner. Xiaoying shrugged and did not hide anymore. There were also 7 people standing behind him. All of them were half-step true gods. On the other hand, there were 12 peak late void god experts behind Liao Bufan, standing on his left and right. Both of them were not weak. Haha. Then let's be frank. Although the Dragon Pearl has appeared in the Qiyun mountain range, whoever is capable can take the Dragon Pearl away. There shouldn't be anything wrong with this, right? Liao Bufan glanced at Xiaoying and Yuki Chihyun. The 3 of them became cold and distant. A divine item like the Dragon Pearl appearing in the Qiyun mountain range was an absolute advantage for the Lotus Cloud sect. However, the Valley of Happiness and the Assassin sect appearing at the same time surprised Yuki Chihyun. She did not expect these people to receive the news so quickly. Although the Qiyun mountain range was within the Lotus Cloud sect's territory, it was still tens of thousands of li away from the sect. It wasn't easy for Yuki Chihyun to bring her people here so quickly. Moreover, the Valley of Happiness and the Assassin sect also appeared here at the same time. Although Yuki Chihyun already had this thought, she still needed to be wary of these 2 people. Neither of them were easy to deal with. What a bunch of hypocrites. They're obviously here for the Dragon Pearl, but they're still so dignified and arrogant. Even this Yuki Chihyun is the same. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Lung Lung said, these people obviously did not believe each other. They were also taking precautions against each other. No one dared to let their guard down. The fickleness of human nature, the fickleness of the world. The world is full of wonders. Jiang Chen sneered. In his heart, he had already seen through everything. After 3 lifetimes and experiencing so many ups and downs, the current Jiang Chen was no longer the same as before. In his heart, there was nothing but the desire to become stronger. In his eyes, only by standing on the commanding heights of the strong would he be qualified to stand at the top and look down on everyone. Heroes should not be questioned. Jiang Chen believed that one day, he would reach a height that everyone could only dream of. Do you think that the demonic beasts guarding the Dragon Pearl are easy to deal with? Hee. I suggest the 3 of us join forces. How about it? Once we defeat the demonic beasts guarding this place, we'll see who can obtain the Dragon Pearl. Chapter 2254. I'm really worried that I'll be eaten if I form an alliance with the Valley of Happiness. As for Lotus Cloud sect, I'm interested but not with you. Xiaoying smiled at Yuki Chihyun but she did not respond. Liao Bufan and Xiaoying looked at each other. It seemed like Yuki Chihyun was determined to force them to retreat. I don't care where you're from but you can't take the Dragon Ball away. This is Lotus Cloud sect and the Dragon Ball belongs to Lotus Cloud sect. No one can take it away. Yuki Chihyun said in an unreasonable tone. But Liao Bufan and Xiaoying knew that Lotus Cloud sect had always been overbearing. They did not find it strange that Yuki Chihyun behaved in such a manner. Since you're unwilling, we'll see, Xiaoying said. At this moment, Liao Bufan looked up at the canyon where Jiang Chen and the others were. Since you're here, why don't you come and have a good chat? Why do you have to hide and act like a thief? Seems like you're here for the Dragon Ball. Yuki Chihyun's eyes flickered. It's still the same group of people as before. Sure enough, we've been discovered. Although Yang Jian and the others had the thought of sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight, they had been discovered. I'm an outer sect disciple of Profound Feng sect. I'm here to look for the Fire Spirit Lizard. Once we find the Fire Spirit Lizard, we'll leave immediately, Yang Jian said with a smile. Since you're here, you're qualified to get a share. The Dragon Ball is not an ordinary item. Only the talented, capable and virtuous can get it. Liao Bufan said in a serious tone. How could Yang Jian not see it? Now, they wanted to pull Profound Feng sect into their camp to fight against Xueqi Qian. Profound Feng sect is indeed not to be outdone. Even Yellow Flame sect is about to catch up with you. Xiao Ying's eyes lit up as he looked at Yang Jian. Yellow Flame sect doesn't have the capital to do so. Moreover, it's not your place to interfere in the matters of Profound Feng sect. Yang Jian Langlung said while looking at Xiao Ying. This guy was full of superiority, as if he was looking down on Profound Feng sect. We are only looking for the fire spirit lizard. Bai Yunfei continued. At the end of the day, it's just to hide their greed. They dare to do it, but they don't dare to admit it. Xueqi Qian said coldly. Yes, we are here for the Dragon Balls. What can you do? Since they are certain that we have ulterior motives, what's the point of explaining? Hee. Jiang Chen sneered as he looked at Xueqi Qian and the others. Profound Feng sect is really full of geniuses. Even such a weak disciple can stand on the stage? Ha ha. Liao Bufan sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain. Jiang Chen was only a peak middle void god. Of course, they would not put him in their eyes. They could even kill him with just a wave of their hands. Such a lowly disciple dares to talk nonsense here? Your Profound Feng sect is becoming more and more impressive. Xiao Ying said mockingly. With a wave of his hand, a cold light was shot towards Jiang Chen. Yang Jian's expression turned gloomy as he flew out. Before Jiang Chen could react, he had already blocked the attack for Jiang Chen. Xiao Ying harumphed as his attack missed. Profound Feng sect is really good at protecting their disciples. He's a disciple of my Profound Feng sect. Even if he made a huge mistake, it's not your turn to teach him a lesson. Since when did the assassin sect become so arrogant? Profound Feng sect is not afraid of you. Don't get yourself into trouble. Moreover, this is not your assassin sect's territory. It's better to protect yourself first. Otherwise, you might lose your life in the Yellow Springs. Yang Jian said. He was the one who brought Jiang Chen here. At this moment, he would not let Xiao Ying hurt Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was moved by this. Looks like this Yang Jian is not bad. There are two great beasts in this cave. One is the fire spirit lizard and the other is the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. I only want the fire spirit lizard. After I get it, I will not stay here any longer. Is that true? Liao Bufan squinted his eyes and said with a smile. Really? Yang Jian was clear that he was not a match for the snow-robed lady of the Lotus Cloud sect. The other two people were also very powerful. If he were to fight and snatch the Dragon Ball, they would be in a very dangerous situation. It's better to stop while he's ahead. As long as he killed the fire spirit lizard, he would quickly retreat. All right. You guys deal with the fire spirit lizard. Leave the rest to us. Whoever gets the Dragon Ball will depend on their luck. Xiao Ying said in a deep voice. No matter how strong the other party was, he was quite happy to have one less competitor. After all, with fewer people fighting for the Dragon Ball, his chances of getting it would greatly increase. Xueqi Qian did not say anything, but it was equivalent to tacitly agreeing to their decision. Jiang Chen looked at Xueqi Qian, Xiao Ying, and Liao Bufan. The three of them were indeed very strong. Moreover, they did not rely on their fists. They were all the best in the sect. Even Yang Jian was slightly inferior to them. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to withdraw so quickly. However, Yang Jian's rationality and ability to act according to his strength were even more impressive. It's decided then. Ha ha. Liao Bufan took the lead and rushed into the Grand Canyon. The four forces all quickly entered the canyon. The two beasts that Bai Yunfei encountered before were the fire spirit lizard and the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. It seems like they really came for the fire spirit lizard. Xueqi Qian thought in her heart. Why not hand the fire spirit lizard over to them? The real treasure was the Dragon Ball. Two fire-attributed demonic beasts had gathered in the Grand Canyon. If there was an abnormality, there must be a reason behind it. Everyone knew that these two demonic beasts did not belong to the Qiyun mountain range. Their purpose in coming here should be to protect the Dragon Pearl. Leave the fire spirit lizard to me. You guys deal with the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. Yang Jian took the lead and rushed towards the fire spirit lizard. Its incomparably huge body was actually more than 10 meters long. This incomparably violent lizard was even more terrifying than a crocodile.
Its body was incomparably hot and it spat out flames from its mouth because there was a fire spirit in its body.
Let's attack together and help me kill this monster. Chapter 22:55. On the other side, the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon was also extremely smart. Demonic beasts at their level were not able to transform, but their spiritual intelligence was no weaker than that of humans. There were even some strange demonic beasts that humans could not catch up to. The strength of this three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon has already reached the mid-true god realm. Even though it has just broken through, it's still quite powerful. Be careful. Liao Bufan shouted with a serious expression. The three of them took the lead and fought against the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. The three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon was covered in flames. As its name suggested, the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon had 3 heads, and it was quite ferocious. Its body was 9 zhong long, and its 3 heads were able to observe and listen in all directions. There were no blind spots at all. This three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon is an ancient demonic beast. Its strength should not be underestimated, Xueqi said in a low voice. At this moment, they were in the same boat. They could not afford to be careless when dealing with the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. If the 3 of them were to fight against the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon alone, none of them would be a match for it. They were very clear that only by working together could they defeat the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon and obtain the Dragon Ball. Roar roar. The three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's roar was deafening like thunder. Xueqi and the other 2 attacked ferociously, but they could not suppress the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon for a while. This showed how terrifying this beast was. However, the 3 of them were not easy to deal with. They were all outstanding disciples in their respective sections. How could they be defeated so easily? Xueqi stood with her sword and fought against one of the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's head. This gigantic creature used its head as a weapon and fought against the 3 of them for 300 rounds without losing. As for the others, before they could even get close to the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon, they were thrown away by its tail and were severely injured. In the ice-snow Grand Canyon, the fire spirit lizard was not to be underestimated. But compared to the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon, it was only an early true god. Even so, the fire spirit lizard's strength was comparable to a mid-true god when it exerted its full strength. Yang Jian took the lead and fought with the fire spirit lizard while Jiang Chen, Bai Yunfei, Tan Shanhe, and Xuerengang supported the fire spirit lizard from the side and attacked it several times. The fire spirit lizard screamed, but its strong vitality was unbelievable. Even though it was heavily injured and riddled with holes, it did not show any signs of defeat and fought with Jiang Chen and the others. Xueqi was indeed the strongest disciple of the Lotus Cloud sect. Her strength was even stronger than Liao Bufan and Xueqi. Because one of the heads of the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon was injured by her sword and every step she took was filled with killing intent. The three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon did not dare to fight against Xueqi head-on. On the other side, Liao Bufan and Xueqi had also given it a lot of pressure. Hence, they were able to suppress the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon to a certain extent. In the ice-snow Grand Canyon, there were continuous roars, flashes of light, and the sound of metal colliding. Those 3 guys seemed to be quite capable. The strength of the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon is unfathomable, but it still couldn't make them surrender completely. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a meaningful arc. At this moment, he did not hold back and struck out the 5 elements combat dragon seal. His strength was not any weaker than Tan Shanhe. The 5 of them were fighting the fire spirit lizard. Yang Jian was unstoppable. He flew straight into the sky and the 3-pointed double-edged sword in his hand was fatal. The fire spirit lizard was seriously injured and retreated continuously. It did not have any strength to fight back, but its tenacity was unexpected. A bunch of lowly humans. A purple-eyed young man stood in the void and said coldly, but no one noticed his existence. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and saw the purple-eyed young man in the void. His face sank. This young man gave off a rather terrifying feeling, as though he was unstoppable. His face was a little pale, but his eyes were emitting a terrifying light. Damn it! Thunderbolt domain! Liao Bufan roared angrily. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts struck, whistling through the canyon. Lightning flashed and rolled, striking the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. It was quite uncomfortable. Assassination reconnaissance. Xiao Ying's figure flashed 9 times, making it impossible to catch his shadow. It was the same for the 3-headed scarlet flame snake. No one knew which one was the real Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying's shadow sword fell on the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's head, but its head was also dripping with blood. Sword breaks the horizon, flying snowflakes. Yuki Chihian pointed her sword at the void. Snowflakes fell like a rain of swords, causing the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon to wail in pain. However, it was not to be outdone. It roared again and again, and its head and tail resonated with each other. It lashed out twice in a row. It was extremely terrifying. The void seemed to be torn apart, and the raging fire burned. The 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon spewed out 3 terrifying flames. Although it was not comparable to the 5 elements true fire, it was still suffocating. The 3 of them quickly retreated. The terrifying power of the flames swept across the sky. The 3 of them were all burned by the flames. When they turned around, the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's divine dragon tail whip had already put the 3 of them in a desperate situation. The 3 of them were all slapped away. At this moment, the 3 of them joined forces again and rode on the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's head. Yuki Chihian raised her sword and slashed it down. Her figure was ghostly, and she cut through the sky. On the blade of the sword, a rain of blood fell. The 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's head was directly cut off. Roar! The 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon screamed continuously. However, Liao Bufan and Xiao Ying were not to be outdone. They used all their means and the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon was completely at death's door. Even if it had 3 heads and 3 lives, it was not enough at this moment. A drop of the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's blood splashed on Yuki Chihian's jade-like hand. She felt a burning pain. In addition to the divine dragon tail whip of the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon, her body was a little weak. No one dared to underestimate this big guy. If it was a one-on-one fight, even Yuki Chihian would not be this beast's opponent. Yang Jian had also completely displayed the profound Feng Sec's prestige. He suppressed the fire spirit lizard all the way. Although he had used all his strength, the fire spirit lizard was still severely injured and had no chance to fight back. Jiang Chen and the others had consumed a lot of their energy. Yang Jian was the same. After all, this big lizard was full of energy and its resistance was surprisingly strong. Even at this stage, although the fire spirit lizard was severely injured, it still fought with all its might, as if it wanted to protect something it wanted to protect. That young man should be a demonic beast. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. There was a huge cave at the top of the canyon not far away. The entrance of the cave was emitting dense purple qi, mysterious and fiery. Chapter 2256. Xiao Ying's shadow saber turned into waves of saber radiance that fell to the ground. The summit of the canyon trembled. The saber slashed the 3-headed scarlet flame dragon in half, but the dragon's blood splashed on Xiao Ying's body. Liao Bufan was the steadiest. He made his move slowly, but he also chopped off the last head of the 3-headed scarlet flame dragon. The blood that splattered made them feel a burning sensation. The 3-headed scarlet flame dragon roared furiously and its entire body exploded at this moment. The explosion in the void created turbulence, but the 3 of them all suffered different degrees of injuries. It was as if they had hurt their enemy by 1,000 and they had also hurt themselves by 800. You can't run away. Yang Jian's saber pierced through the sky, piercing through the fire spirit lizard and stabbing into his 3-pointed, double-edged saber. At this moment, both the 3-headed scarlet flame dragon and the fire spirit lizard had turned into ghosts. Finally, we got it. Yang Jian let out a long sigh of relief. Out of the 4 of them, Yang Jian was probably the one with the highest fighting strength. That was because the injuries of the 3 of them weren't light. Moreover, the battle just now had consumed a lot of their energy, and it was impossible for them to ignore it. Most importantly, Yuki Chihian and the others could feel the scorching heat of the 3-headed scarlet flame dragon's blood. When it splashed on their bodies, they felt as if their bodies were on fire. It was unbearable. Even though Yuki Chihian was born with an ice physique, she still felt great pressure. We've got the fire spirit lizard. You can choose to leave now. Xiao Ying said in a low voice. Okay. Yang Jian's expression changed and he nodded silently. What's good about it? If we leave now, we won't have a chance at all. These guys want to monopolize it. There's no way. Why should we leave? I can't bear to return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. Moreover, we've gone through so much to come here. We can't just leave so easily, can we? Jiang Chen said with a smile.
Anyway, he was not willing to leave so easily. But Yang Jian frowned.
I think what Jiang Chen said is reasonable. Senior brother Yang, we are not worse than them now, and they are also injured. Why should we give such a good opportunity to them? Bai Yunfei smiled. He had the same thought as Jiang Chen. If they were to return now, wouldn't it be too much of a loss? That's right, senior brother Yang, it wasn't easy for us to come out. How could we go back so easily? Not to mention, our chances are very high this time. Tan Shanhe also tried to dissuade him. Yang Jian was a little hesitant. After all, if he continued to stay here, he would be going against his oath. It would damage the reputation of Profound Feng sect. Therefore, it was understandable that Yang Jian was afraid. After all, he had gotten what he wanted. However, he hadn't gotten what Jiang Chen wanted. To put it bluntly, senior brother Yang, in the face of absolute benefits, credibility is useless, especially in front of these people with ulterior motives. Why do you need to talk about credibility with them? Isn't it because they want to keep the Dragon Ball for themselves? Are we supposed to leave this place? You are afraid of people's words, but an expert should never be afraid of these things. Jiang Chen looked at Yang Jian seriously. Yang Jian seemed to be thinking about something and nodded in the end. He was dragged into this mess by Jiang Chen and the others. You guys are still not leaving? Could it be that the people of Profound Feng sect are so untrustworthy? Liao Bufan said. Of course, senior brother Yang will not interfere. But we still want to watch the show. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Looks like Profound Feng sect is getting more and more disappointing. Humph. Going back on their words. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can jump up and down. What a joke. Hee. Xiaoying looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. A mid-void god like Jiang Chen, even if they were to fight, he wouldn't be afraid. Never mind. Let's not leave. Since we're already here, the one who laughs last will be the one who laughs the best. The Dragon Ball is a divine item. Of course it belongs to the virtuous. Yuki Chihian shook her head calmly. This time, she was not her usual self. She did not make things difficult for Jiang Chen and the others. She seemed to have a subtle relationship with Profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen could see through Yuki Chihian's wishful thinking. If she could not get rid of them, she would rather not offend the people of Profound Feng sect. Since these two groups of people were like fire and water, no one would take a step back. That should be the place where the Dragon Ball is. I can feel it. Xiaoying said and pointed at a cave on the peak of the canyon. If we don't get it now, when will we get it? Ha! Liao Bufan was the first to rush into the cave. Yuki Chihian and Xiaoying followed closely behind. Jiang Chen, Bai Yunfei and the others also rushed into the cave.
However, just as they charged into the cave, they were swept out by a fiery gale, causing them to be in a rather sorry state. Every single one of them had a grim expression on their faces, as they were incomparably shocked. Could it be that there are demonic beasts? Xiaoying said quietly. A bunch of ants. How dare you try to get the Dragon Ball? Get lost. The purple-eyed young man suddenly appeared in the void and waved his hand, causing everyone to be pushed back. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. This fella's cultivation realm has already reached the late true god realm. However, he seemed to be injured as his pale face was filled with depression and depression. Who are you? Whoever dares to stop me shall die. Liao Bufan shouted. Now that they had come to this stage, there was no room for them to retreat anymore. Just you? A grain of rice dares to compete with the moon. Don't overestimate yourself. The purple-eyed young man raised his hand and a fiery astral wind turned into a blade. It cut through the void and tore apart Liao Bufan's defense. He was immediately pushed back 800 li. When Liao Bufan returned, his expression was extremely ugly. Puff! Liao Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries had worsened once again. No one would have thought that this purple-eyed youth would be so mystical. With just a raise of his hand, he had such great power. Looks like this won't be easy. Jiang Chen murmured and curled his lips. Yuki Chihian and Xiaoying were also frowning. Even Liao Bufan was pushed back so easily. It would be extremely difficult for them to turn the situation around. Brother Yang, the four of us should be able to get rid of this guy. Please don't be stingy and give it your all. Xueqi looked at Yang Jian. This time, they must give it their all. If they did not work together, it would be difficult to break through the purple-eyed young man's defense.
All right. Chapter 22:57.
Jiang Chen watched the battle happily. At this moment, he did not reveal his strength, because he felt that the biggest variable was still Xueqi Qian. That girl was the chief disciple of the Lotus Cloud sect. It was impossible for her strength to be so weak. She must still be holding back. At this moment, if he revealed all of his strength, his chances of winning would definitely be reduced.
Who wouldn't understand this logic?
Despicable humans, greedy faces. You will suffer the wrath of the heavens. The purple-eyed youth, Lang Lang, said. He stood in the air, facing Yang Jian and the other three. His face was calm, as if he had already won. He's injured, he won't be able to hold on for long. Don't be stubborn, use all of your strength. Jiang Chen's shout made the four of them slightly stunned. When they looked at the purple-eyed youth again, there was a hint of avoidance in his eyes.
It seemed that he was really injured. This kid is still useful.
His eyes are so sharp. He can actually see that the purple-eyed youth is already injured.
Xueqi Qian squinted her eyes, looking at Jiang Chen and murmured. Liao Bufan and Xueqi were slightly stunned, looking at Jiang Chen. Can this guy's words be trusted? He's right. The youth is already injured. We don't have to be afraid.
Attack with all your strength.
Xueqi Qian shouted and took the lead. Her sword moved the 9 provinces, and the road turned around. Layers of sword shadows blocked the path of retreat of the purple-eyed youth. Liao Bufan took advantage of the situation and attacked with his palms like thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers. Xueqi fought with his clones, and the shadow blade moved continuously. On the other side, Yang Jian's 3-pointed, double-edged blade was also getting more and more overbearing. Every blade was fatal, forcing the purple-eyed youth into a desperate situation. He could only defend passively, and he was advancing step by step. The longer he fought, the weaker he became. This situation was naturally what Xueqi Qian and the others were happy to see. Shameless humans, you will receive retribution in the end. The purple-eyed youth roared.
Flames rose from his mouth and swept out.
The flames instantly ignited, tearing the void apart. Ice melted and snow melted. Above the Grand Canyon, avalanches occurred one after another. It was deafening. Xueqi Qian and the others were also forced to retreat. The purple-eyed youth's eyes turned cold and he tried to escape, but Xueqi Qian and the others did not give him the chance. They knew that he was an arrow at the end of its flight, so how could they give him the chance to escape? Following the attacks of Xueqi Qian and the others, the injuries of the purple-eyed youth became more and more serious. The expression on his face became colder and colder. However, he still couldn't escape from the encirclement of Xueqi Qian and the others. You want the Dragon Balls? Dream on! The purple-eyed youth's body trembled as flames soared into the sky. He actually wanted to self-detonate and perish together with Xueqi Qian and the others. Don't let him self-detonate. Otherwise, we will never get the Dragon Balls. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Xueqi Qian and the others quickly went up and attacked again. The purple-eyed youth had no way to self-detonate at all. Sword shadows cut through the void and slashed down. The purple-eyed youth's body was left with horrible wounds. His internal organs also suffered different degrees of damage. When a tiger falls to the plains, he will be bullied by dogs. If I was at my peak, who would dare to fight with me? 2 streams of tears flowed down from the purple-eyed youth's cheeks. He was furious, but he no longer had a chance. He didn't even have a chance to self-destruct. The 4 of them had surrounded him, and he would be killed if he made even the slightest movement. However, you are now a restrained person, Xueqi said with a smile. Hand over the Dragon Balls and I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will be buried here. Buried in the Green Mountains, accompanied by wind and snow. Hee, it is indeed a treasured place. Liao Bufan said with a playful look. There is only 1 Dragon Ball. If I give it to you, what about the other 3? The purple-eyed youth narrowed his eyes and said faintly. Since it was impossible to escape, he might as well find a way to protect himself. You want to sow discord? That's impossible.
Hand over the Dragon Ball and we will naturally have a way.
Xueqi said in a deep voice. Oh, is that so? Is that really what you think? Maybe your companions don't think so.
Ha!
The purple-eyed youth smiled proudly.
He had now discovered that this was not truly a unified entity. Each of them had their own way of doing things, and because of their own selfishness, there was definitely not enough for them to share a single Dragon Ball.
Thus, if there was a disagreement, it would be the best opportunity for him.
Facing death to live, it did not mean that there was no chance of survival.
If you don't hand over the Dragon Ball, I can kill you right now. Liao Bufan said. Is that so? Then who should I hand it to? I am already a dying man and I only want to protect myself. But if I hand over the Dragon Ball to you, will the other three agree? The purple-eyed youth's words echoed everyone's thoughts. There was only one Dragon Ball. But how would the four of them divide it? Who would have the right to own it?
Jiang Chen's lips curled up and his expression became serious.
Since you guys are worried about each other, then hand the Dragon Ball to me first. Whoever wins will get the Dragon Ball. How about it? My strength is only at the Middle Void God realm. You guys can kill me with just a thought. It's impossible for me to run away with the Dragon Ball. This should be the safest way, right? Or should I say, hand the Dragon Ball to you, hand it to you or hand it to you? At this moment, only Bai Yunfei gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. This guy was too cunning. Bai Yunfei knew how difficult it was to deal with Jiang Chen. Once the Dragon Ball fell into Jiang Chen's hands, it would be like falling into a rat's hole. It would be impossible to take it back. Jiang Chen nodded his head and said, let's talk about the Dragon Ball first. Bai Yunfei nodded his head. The purple-eyed youth squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. All right, I agree to hand the Dragon Ball to him first. How about it? The purple-eyed youth and Jiang Chen looked at each other. Both of them had their own ulterior motives. In the purple-eyed youth's eyes, as long as the four of them fought and both sides were injured, he could seize the opportunity to snatch the Dragon Ball back from Jiang Chen and run away. This guy's strength was only at the Middle Void God realm. Even if he was injured, it would be easy for him to deal with this little guy. All right, it's decided, Xueqi said in a low voice. Since she had spoken, the other three could only choose to acquiesce. Because there was no better way. No matter who won or lost, they would not be at ease to hand the Dragon Ball to each other. Count yourself lucky. Look after the Dragon Ball. If there's any mistake, I will take your life. Chapter 2258. All right. Jiang Chen smiled and was not angry. When the purple-eyed youth took out the shining purple Dragon Ball, even the Zulong Tower began to tremble, as if it was extremely excited. The moment Jiang Chen took the Dragon Ball, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was definitely the real Dragon Ball. He took it effortlessly. This was really exciting. In Jiang Chen's eyes, there was only the Dragon Ball left. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Ha! Jiang Chen nodded silently, holding the Dragon Ball tightly. At this moment, he was ready to run. However, the purple-eyed youth was still eyeing Jiang Chen covetously, because he was ready to take back the Dragon Ball at any time. Now, it's time to settle our accounts. Hee. Liao Bufan said with a smile. If any of you are willing to back out, I'm willing to give you any compensation. I have nothing else to ask for. Just the Dragon Ball. People from the Valley of Happiness are really impressive. Are you the only one who wants the Dragon Ball? Are we all here to watch the show? As long as you raise any conditions, I will satisfy you without hesitation. I have nothing else to ask for. Just the Dragon Ball. Xueqi snorted coldly. Looks like we can only use our own way to solve the problem. Xueqi said. Her meaning was clear. She only wanted the Dragon Ball and nothing else. Since you said so, I have no other choice. Yang Jian shrugged and said. In the end, no one was willing to take a step back. Although Yang Jian had no intention of getting the Dragon Ball, since he had participated in this battle, he was qualified to fight for the Dragon Ball. What was that? It was something that a fire spirit lizard could not compare to. Even the sect master would be shocked by it. The four of them could not agree and started fighting again. However, they were still locked in a stalemate. The purple-eyed youth's gaze once again fell on Jiang Chen. These people really make people speechless. Although the Dragon Ball is good, you need to be alive to enjoy it.
the purple-eyed youth said with a sigh. However, just as he was about to attack Jiang Chen again, a deafening roar reverberated through the entire Qiyun mountain range. Such a terrifying roar made one think of a true divine overlord. Zichen, I chased you for 800,000 miles. I never thought that I would still catch you in the end. A raging flame raged. Above the raging flames was an entirely blood-red qilin that looked down on the sky. It was actually ferocious, able to devour mountains and rivers. Fire qilin. I didn't expect that you still wouldn't let me go. You're already a divine beast of the heavens. Why do you have to snatch my Dragon Ball? Zichen's face was gloomy. He really couldn't defeat the fire qilin in front of him. Even if it was Yuki Chihian and the others, they would only be cannon fodder in front of it. They didn't have the qualifications to compete with it. What a powerful fire Kirin. I've never seen such a mighty fire qilin. This kind of divine beast only exists in the legends. I didn't expect to see its true appearance today. Yes, the fire qilin is more arrogant than the dragon clan. They're rare, so the fire qilin's bloodline is more precious than the dragon clan. At this moment, Yuki Chihian and the others had completely given up on fighting. The threat of the fire qilin was too great. This is a half-step heavenly god. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They had never thought that this fire qilin would be this powerful. A half-step heavenly god fire qilin was a natural-born divine beast with extraordinary talent. It was even stronger than an early heavenly god human. He was also injured. Back then the two of us fought to the death. Although I've suffered a fatal injury, he's not much better. The pressure of a half-step heavenly god is no longer the same as before. Ha ha! Zichen's words stunned everyone. This fella, it seems like the two of them had fought before. Moreover, Zichen's injury was caused by the fire qilin, chasing for thousands of miles just to get the Dragon Ball. It seems like Yuki Chihian and the others were inferior to the fire qilin. Moreover, the fire qilin's strength was obvious. Even if he was injured, who would dare to act rashly with the might of a half-step heavenly god? Even so, killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Those who stand in my way will be killed without mercy. The fire qilin stepped on the void. Flames were everywhere. Even Jiang Chen could feel the heat. The fire qilin's flame should be the beast fire of the king of 10,000 beasts. It was only slightly stronger than his 5-elemental true fire. Moreover, his 5-elemental true fire might not be able to suppress the fire qilin. Fire qilin, I want to see how powerful he is. Now that things have come to this, if we don't fight to the death, how can we get the Dragon Ball? Xiaoying Lunglung said. Even though he knew that he was no match for the fire qilin, he still wanted to try. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. I think so too. Although he has the strength of a half-step heavenly god, he is injured after all. Liao Bufan said. I agree. Yang Jian nodded and said. Yuki Chihian had no reason to refute. At this moment, even Zichen would need to fight back against the fire qilin. Otherwise, when the nest is overturned, there would be no eggs left intact. If they died, they would not be able to escape. I will fight against the fire qilin with you, Zichen said while gritting his teeth. Killing the fire qilin was his wish. The fire qilin was a peerless divine beast with unfathomable strength. This was definitely a battle of life and death. It's getting more and more lively. Jiang Chen shrugged. He had been watching the show from the beginning. It would be better if both sides were injured. Then, he could leave this place with the Dragon Ball in peace. A bunch of people who don't know what's good for them. I must get the Dragon Ball. As long as I get the Dragon Ball, I will have the chance to become a Dragon Qilin. At that time, I will be above the true dragon and qilin, and become the true king of beasts. No one can stop me. The fire qilin roared and spewed out flames, causing Yuki Chihian and the others to retreat quickly. The fire qilin's aura was suffocating. After all, it was a half-step heavenly god. Even though its strength was damaged, it was still not to be underestimated. A grain of rice dares to compete with the bright moon? What a fool's dream. All of you must die. The fire qilin was like a sentence from hell, reverberating in everyone's heart. The coldness and contempt of the fire qilin aroused the anger in Yuki Chihian and the others. It's a fight to the death. Those who fight are heroes. Do your best, beautiful sister.
Chapter 2259.
The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. Jiang Chen crossed his legs and leaned against the cliff wall. His face was full of vigor. Everyone looked incomparably solemn, except for him, as if he was not afraid that the fire Qilin would kill him. You fella, it really has nothing to do with you even if the sky falls down. At this moment, Bai Yunfei was a little nervous because the fire Qilin was too strong. He, a half-step true god, could not help much and might even be killed instantly. However, Jiang Chen was still so happy as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard.
What else can we do? Don't tell me we're going to cry our hearts out?
Ha ha ha, that's not my style. Senior Yang and the others might not lose.
Don't worry.
Your heart is bigger than Wagua. Bai Yunfei rolled his eyes and said,
Say, what do you plan to do with the Dragon Ball? What do you mean? Haven't you heard of this saying?
This thing naturally belongs to the person who has it.
Jiang Chen said confidently. He had no intention to take out the Dragon Ball. You're ruthless. Bai Yunfei shook his head and sighed.
However, this battle will decide the fate of the Dragon Ball. The fire Qilin was unstoppable. Yang Jian held his three-pointed, double-edged blade and slashed towards the fire Qilin's head. However, the fire Qilin did not dodge at all and allowed Yang Jian to slash down. On the contrary, the fire Qilin's body trembled and pushed Yang Jian back. Even the area between his thumb and forefinger was numb. Yuki Chihian also used her true strength. Her heavenly flying immortal sword shocked the 9 heavens. However, the fire Qilin's flames were not weak at all. The flames that were shot out from the fire Qilin forced them back a few times. Moreover, each time, the flames were extremely sharp. Those who came into contact with the flames would be severely injured. Zichen roared and transformed completely. He was also a peerless ferocious beast with a terrifying appearance.
This is Yazi. He's the ferocious beast Yazi.
He's indeed the son of the dragon.
Xiaoying looked at Zichen in shock.
As the son of the dragon, Yazi was even more ferocious. Even if you revert to your original form, you still won't stand a chance. Furthermore, you've already lost to me.
Don't you have any self-awareness?
Ha! The fire Qilin looked at the crowd with disdain as it stared coldly at Zichen.
Legend has it that the dragon has 9 sons. This is actually the dragon's son, Yazi. This has truly broadened my horizons.
Xuerengang said with an ugly expression. Whether it was Yazi or fire Qilin, both of them had given them a huge shock, and even made them feel uneasy.
According to legend, the dragon gave birth to 9 sons, and each of them was different.
They were ferocious like peerless beasts, and their ferocious might covered the heavens as they wreaked havoc in the world and plunged all living beings into misery and suffering.
The 9 sons seem to have gone extinct in ancient times.
Bai Yunfei said solemnly.
You mean, the 9 sons of the dragon were extinct in ancient times? Then what was going on with it? It's exactly the same as the Yazi described by humans. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. This legend should be fake.
I don't know. But this Yazi is definitely real, and the Dragon Ball in his hand should also be real.
Bai Yunfei said in a low voice. At this moment, the fire Qilin had completely suppressed Yang Jian and the others. The flames were pouring down. Once they got close to the fire Qilin, they would feel like they were being grilled on the fire. It was quite difficult to fight against the fire Qilin.
In this way, the pressure that the fire Qilin exerted on Yang Jian and the others became more and more terrifying.
You're not my opponent at all. Those who stand in my way will die. The fire Qilin was ferocious.
With an incomparably ferocious attack, the Yazi and Zichen were sent flying.
Even Jiang Chen felt pain when he saw that. The fire Qilin's body was really too strong. No matter how these people attacked, they couldn't even break through his defense.
This made the situation even more dangerous.
However, the fire Qilin did not dare to underestimate them. After all, these 4 people were the elites of their respective sections.
If they were at their peak, the fire Qilin would not dare to risk his life to fight them because these 4 people were not simple.
It's too early for you to be happy. Liao Bufan sneered.
An incomparably huge golden bell suddenly appeared and suppressed the fire Qilin. Above the void, the sound of the bell was heard and golden light was overflowing. Moreover, a deterring aura that covered the sky was even more frightening.
This is the Eastern Emperor Bell?
No, how can the Eastern Emperor Bell be so weak?
The fire Qilin's eyes were cold. If it was the Eastern Emperor bell, he would have been completely suppressed to death. This was obviously a replica of the Eastern Emperor bells. Not bad. Although it's a replica and not the real Eastern Emperor bell, it should be enough to suppress you. Liao Bufon's eyes were extremely cold. This was his strongest divine tool, a replica of the Eastern Emperor bell. It only had a 10,000th of the Eastern Emperor bell's power, but it was still a divine tool. It should not be underestimated. The sound of the bell was deafening and it enveloped the fire Qilin. In the end, the fire Qilin was suppressed by the Eastern Emperor bell. This scene was incomparably shocking. However, the Eastern Emperor bell continued to grow bigger, bigger, and bigger. In the end, the Eastern Emperor bell was knocked away and smashed onto Liao Bufon's body, causing him to be heavily injured and blood spurted out from his mouth. The fire Qilin grew to 100 feet tall and its ferocious aura covered the sky. At this moment, everyone's heart sank. This fellow was too strong. Although this broken bell is not bad, it's impossible to suppress meme. Absolute Shadow Heavenly Blade. Xiao Ying's blade flickered and he soared into the sky. His shadow covered the clouds.
Looking at the blade that was coming towards him, the fire Qilin was not afraid at all. He roared and used his body to take the blade head-on. However, he still staggered 100 steps back. Unfortunately, Xiao Ying was still forced back and his eyes were filled with shock. Heaven-ripping eye. Destruction. Yang Jian roared. On his forehead, the divine eye was like a torch, piercing through the sky and destroying everything in its path. The fire Qilin looked at the sky arrogantly and trampled on the valley. Annihilation Flame. The fire Qilin's flames burned fiercely, competing with Yang Jian's. Yang Jian was roasted by the flames. The destruction flame almost caused great damage to Yang Jian's heaven-shredding eye. He quickly dodged. The destruction flame burned the entire canyon. What a strong beast. Yang Jian took a deep breath and his face turned pale. The impact just now had caused him to lose his ability to fight. Ice Seal. Eternity. Yuki Chihian's beautiful eyes shone. She pointed her sword at the sky and the 1,000 miles of the valley and the annihilation flame were instantly devoured.
The fire Qilin roared continuously. Obviously, the ice seal of Yuki Chihian had caused great damage to the fire Qilin. In addition to the injuries of the others, the fire Qilin was also in danger. Chapter 2260. The fire Qilin's body shone brightly. Once again, the fire Qilin tore a crack in the Grand Canyon. The ice melted and a flame seal was shot out by him, enveloping Xueqi within it. This is my natal flame seal. You will die a worthy death. The flame seal pierced through the void and swallowed Yuki Chihian. Yuki Chihian screamed, but she was still injured by the flame seal. She flew backwards and spat out a blue pearl from her mouth, fusing with the flame seal. My ice soul. Yuki Chihian's face was pale. That was the ice soul given to her by her master. It was extremely precious and could increase her strength. But now, it was swallowed by the fire Qilin's natal flame seal. Of course, the flame seal had already disappeared. Not bad. To be able to withstand my attack, little girl. The fire Qilin was also heavily injured. But compared to Yuki Chihian and the others, he was considered to be in a good condition. The one in the worst condition was Ye Zi. He was hit by the fire Qilin and his body almost fell apart. Give me the Dragon Ball. The fire Qilin said faintly. The fire Qilin is in that guy's hands. Liao Bufon pointed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shrugged. The sandpiper and the clam were fighting, and the fisherman would benefit from it. It was time for him to show up. Leave it to me, puny human. Otherwise you will turn into ashes. The fire Qilin wore a calm expression and said with a faint smile. I'm currently lacking a mount. How about you be my mount? I will consider if I should give you the Dragon Ball. Everyone was stunned by Jiang Chen's words. Their expressions were extremely strange. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. You're not even a true god. You're really interesting. You want me to be your mount? Ha ha ha. The fire Qilin didn't stop laughing, causing everyone to hold their breaths. Even Bai Yunfei was wondering if Jiang Chen's brain had gone haywire. What kind of nonsense was he spouting? Jiang Chen smiled, but didn't say anything. He simply watched silently, looking at the fire Qilin. It seemed that the fire Qilin was sneering at Jiang Chen. But suddenly, his face turned ferocious. Leng Lang stared at Jiang Chen. This is the first time I've heard of someone wanting me to be their mount. Since you're so ignorant, I'll just tear you to pieces. Humph. The fire Qilin's voice was as cold as ice, but Jiang Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of it. He stared straight at the fire Qilin. Their eyes met. One was as majestic as a mountain, the other as tiny as an ant. You need to have the ability first. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Even if I'm injured, how can you look down on me? Kid, you're too arrogant. Go to hell. The fire Qilin roared, and a terrifying flame swept towards Jiang Chen. Yang Jian and Bai Yunfei's expressions changed. Run, Jiang Chen. Yang Jian roared. He couldn't wait to bring Jiang Chen away, because he was the one who brought Jiang Chen here. He had to bring Jiang Chen back to the sect safely. This was his responsibility and also his belief. But Jiang Chen ignored everything and provoked the fire Qilin. Wasn't he digging his own grave? It's over, Bai Yunfei murmured. Who didn't know how terrifying the fire Qilin was? At this moment, Jiang Chen was already engulfed in the flames of the fire Qilin. Overestimating yourself. Maybe this is karma. Xiaowing sneered. Although he couldn't even protect himself now, he felt that Jiang Chen's death was not in vain when he saw how reckless and impulsive he was. At this moment, Yang Jian, Bai Yunfei and the others had already started to mourn for Jiang Chen. But who would have thought that Jiang Chen would be engulfed by an even more terrifying flame, completely ignoring the beast fire of the fire Qilin? How is this possible? Liao Bufan murmured. His eyes were filled with shock. A middle void god kid actually withstood the attack of the fire Qilin. This was too unbelievable. Who would believe it? The difference in strength was unimaginable. In their hearts, Jiang Chen would definitely not be left with any bones. Because at this moment, the flame was so terrifying that even the true god expert's expression changed. It's a mystical flame between the heavens and earth. It's the fire of the sun. The fire Qilin was extremely sensitive to flames. At this moment, he suddenly widened his eyes. He could tell that Jiang Chen's flame was one of the 5 elemental true fires, the fire of the sun. This fire of the sun originated from the golden crow. It was even more terrifying than his fire Qilin. It was a sacred beast, the golden crow, that shouldn't exist in the heavens and earth. Because the sacred beast existed when the world was created, it was not born from the heavens and earth. Look, the flame on his body seemed to have devoured the fire Qilin's beast fire. Tan Shanha's face was filled with shock. He said those words through his teeth. This fella is too shocking. Yang Jian said with a bitter smile. His eyes were filled with worry. Jiang Chen, don't fight the fire Qilin. You're not his match. Be careful. Yang Jian's worry was not without reason. Although Jiang Chen had a mystical heavenly flame, it did not mean that the fire Qilin could not deal with him. After all, the gap between the two was too big. Yeah. Jiang Chen, we don't have the fortune to enjoy the Dragon Ball. You better give it to him quickly. Otherwise, you'll die for sure. Bai Yunfei was quite worried about Jiang Chen. Although he acknowledged Jiang Chen's strength, Jiang Chen was still far from breaking through to the true god realm. This was a one-sided massacre. Even the experts of the 4 great sects were completely suppressed by the fire Qilin without any strength to fight back. Don't worry. This fella can't do anything to me. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. Even Yuki Chihian couldn't help but feel a little depressed. She rolled her eyes. This fella was too confident in himself. He even thought of himself as a peerless expert. Confidence was one thing, but more importantly, it was arrogance. He couldn't see himself clearly. His death will make him understand one thing. Experts always need to keep a low profile. Yuki Chihian said faintly. I've given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You can't blame me for this. Hand over the Dragon Ball and I'll leave your corpse intact. The fire Qilin's patience seemed to have been worn out by Jiang Chen. Chapter 2261. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The sword light was dazzling and the sword aura swept across 90,000 li. At this moment, everyone took a deep breath. It seemed that Jiang Chen was very confident, but could he really fight against the fire Qilin? Was the Dragon Ball something that he could get his hands on? You're really high-spirited. But it's a pity that you're too weak, too weak. The fire Qilin smiled faintly and stepped on the void. Its iron hooves shook the canyon and flames soared up to the sky. Jiang Chen swept his sword across. The mountains and rivers shook and the canyon cracked. The ice melted and snow melted. Everything seemed to have become oppressive. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword shot out in all directions. The sword aura spread in all directions. Such power had completely filled the gap between Jiang Chen's current strength. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, he was fearless. Such a domineering sword. I'm afraid that this sword has the power of a heavenly divine tool. Yuki Chihian looked incomparably solemn. A heavenly divine tool was a divine weapon that even her master didn't dare to talk about. Even her master was only a mid-grade heavenly divine tool. Even the fire Qilin doesn't dare to take it head-on. Obviously, it knows how terrifying that sword is. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Xueqi looked at Tan Shanhe and Bai Yunfei. At this moment, Jiang Chen had dodged the fire Qilin's first attack and even fought against the fire Qilin. At least at this moment, Jiang Chen had become a true expert and a hero in Xueqing's eyes. Facing a super ferocious beast like the fire Qilin, whether it was Xueqi or Tan Shanhe, they did not even have the courage to resist. However, the weakest peak mid-void god, Jiang Chen, was fearless and arrogant. He fought against the fire Qilin. This was something that no one had expected. It was also the most confusing thing. Although Jiang Chen would lose, his spirit had already made people feel great. Such a terrifying sword. The fire Qilin murmured in his heart. Of course, he would not say it out loud. Otherwise, they would think that he was afraid of this arrogant guy. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. The fire Qilin spat out a mouthful of flames and the destiny flame seal shot out once again. Even Yuki Chihian found it hard to defend against it. If she did not use her ice spirit to defend, she would be killed by the destiny flame seal. At this moment, everyone secretly broke out in cold sweat for Jiang Chen. It went without saying how terrifying the fire Qilin's origin flame mark was. However, Jiang Chen didn't cower in the slightest. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen struck out a seal. The 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal that was formed from the 5 elemental true flames directly destroyed the fire Qilin's flame seal. There was no other reason than the fact that the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal was able to restrain the flame seal. Perhaps for Yuki Chihian, the flame seal was extremely powerful. Moreover, ice and fire were incompatible, so she was completely suppressed by the fire Qilin. However, it was completely different for Jiang Chen. With the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal, the flame seal became something that couldn't withstand a single blow. Is this guy really that strong? One should know that his strength is only at the peak of the mid-void god realm. He hasn't even reached the late void god realm. However, he's not even afraid of the fire Qilin. Xueqi was dumbfounded. At this moment, he couldn't believe that Jiang Chen didn't fall into a disadvantageous position when facing the fire Qilin. How is this possible? This time, the fire Qilin was completely shocked. Jiang Chen's attack was unstoppable. Not only that, Jiang Chen broke 2 of his attacks consecutively. In his eyes, the fire Qilin was shocked. Is this guy really a mid-void god? At this moment, the fire Qilin couldn't believe it. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was extremely sharp. Moreover, his 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal gave the fire Qilin a feeling of fear. If the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal were to hit the fire Qilin's body, it would definitely be heavily injured. Moreover, the heavenly dragon sword's mightiness was unstoppable. If Jiang Chen's attack landed on the fire Qilin, he wouldn't be unharmed like Xueqi. This attack would definitely shock the world. Heavenly Fire Prairie. The fire Qilin closed in on Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen used the fire of sun to protect his body and fought with the fire Qilin. Moreover, the fire Qilin couldn't harm Jiang Chen at all. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen struck out another seal. A terrifying force swept out. Bai Yunfei, Tan Shanhe and the others were dumbfounded. They wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. Unless they were a true god, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the end, they were too far behind to catch up. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's attacks were ruthless. With the strength of a mid-void god, he displayed the strength of a true god. Facing the injured fire Qilin, he had no fear at all. Although it seemed like a fisherman who benefits from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam, one should know that Jiang Chen's strength was only at the void god realm. After striking out 2 terrifying seals, the fire Qilin retreated step by step.
However, he wasn't heavily injured. But he knew that this Void God kid had shown him what it meant by there's always someone stronger out there. At such a young age, he was so ruthless and knew how to endure. In the face of such a glorious battle strength, the fire Qilin would rather be a person behind the scenes and let the 4 great experts take the limelight.
You're enough to make me want to kill you. Fire Qilin forcefully withstood the Slaughter Dragon Seal and the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. His body was also left with 2 dreadful scars, but it was not a big deal to him given his strong body. It's not too late to act now. Jiang Chen shrugged. He looked relaxed. He was prepared to go all out in this battle. He would not give the fire Qilin any chance because he must get the Dragon Ball.
This fella is really out of my expectation,
Yang Jian said. Even the great senior brother of the outer sect was afraid of Jiang Chen. One could imagine that Yuki Chihian and the others were also curious about Jiang Chen, because his strength was really strange. A middle void god being able to unleash such strength was really frightening. This fella, even if I'm at my peak, I might not be able to win against him. Liao Bufan smiled bitterly and finally said what he thought. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit that Jiang Chen's performance made everyone look at him in a different light. If he's given 100 years, perhaps he'll become another monstrous genius in the Linhe boundary. Xiaowing murmured. Yeah.
Even I didn't know that this fella had hidden his strength so deeply.
Yang Jian shook his head and said. He did not know if he should be happy or ashamed. Jiang Chen's strength had undoubtedly brought great prestige to the profound Feng sect. Chapter 2262. Azure Dragon's 5 Steps. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and ascended to the heavens with each step. In just 5 steps, the void was shattered. The fire Qilin's momentum was overbearing. After a collision, the fire Qilin sent Jiang Chen flying. Jiang Chen's entire body was burned by the fire Qilin's beast fire. However, Jiang Chen remained calm. He waved his hand and the beast fire was extinguished. Then, he followed up with another attack. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps exerted great pressure on the fire Qilin. Unification of dragon and sword. Flames filling the heavens. Once again, Jiang Chen and the fire Qilin clashed with each other. That terrifying aura was beyond the mid-true god realm. Jiang Chen looked down at the heavens. Under the unification of man and sword, he pierced through the heavens and through the fire Qilin's body. At this moment, the fire Qilin's body was bleeding profusely. Under the unification of man and sword, the heavenly dragon sword was invincible. The heavenly dragon sword had already surpassed the heavenly divine tool. Under the unification of man and sword, Jiang Chen was sure that even a mid-true god realm expert would not dare to take it head-on. The fire Qilin, who was heavily injured, became the loser under the unification of man and sword. Jiang Chen pierced through the fire Qilin's body, causing him to suffer great injuries. How could this be? How could this be? The fire Qilin murmured. In the flames, his body was constantly recovering. However, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. It was impossible for him to recover to his peak condition. The fire Qilin was reborn from the flames. In the flames, he was like a phoenix rising from the ashes. It was too difficult for him to die. However, his injuries could not be recovered in a short period of time. The heavenly dragon's sword. A drop of blood fell on the peak of the valley, burning the pine resin. The entire valley became silent. To think that I lost to a void god human. This is impossible. Impossible. The fire Qilin fell to the mortal realm and lay prostrate on the ground. The flames also disappeared with it. In that moment of silence, he seemed to have become the victim. Too strong, too strong. Liao Bufan said from the bottom of his heart. At first, he looked down on Jiang Chen, but now he took him seriously. Moreover, he knew that it was impossible for him to ask Jiang Chen for the Dragon Ball. Among the people present, who could be his opponent? Jiang Chen took a step forward and knelt on one knee. He held the Sky Dragon sword in his hand and his face was pale. Needless to say, this battle was fought beautifully. However, he had also exhausted a large amount of his divine origin energy. Now, he was being corroded by the beast fire of the fire Qilin. Although it wasn't difficult to get rid of the beast fire, he was still burnt by the terrifying flames of the fire Qilin in a short period of time. I lost.
The fire Qilin finally lowered its arrogant head. At this moment, it finally understood how conceited it was. Moreover, human experts might not necessarily be so weak.
It's good that you lost. You didn't lose unjustly.
Jiang Chen was still so arrogant and confident.
Pa, pa, pa. It's really exciting. My blood is boiling.
Profound Feng Sect, Valley of Happiness, Shadow Murder Sect, Lotus Cloud Sect, the outstanding disciples of the four great sects, and the battle between the fire Qilin and the ferocious beast Yazi.
It's really exciting. Even I can't help but want to join in the fun. But in the end, it became a joke? Ha ha ha. I've lost to a nobody. Moreover, he's just a void god trash. How sad. How lamentable.
A cold voice reverberated between the heavens and earth. A young man riding on a green bull with a Tai Chi diagram on his back slowly walked over. His aura was extraordinary, giving people a feeling that he was out of this world. As if he was a speck of dust, a wisp of smoke, a clear spring or even a beam of time.
Who are you?
Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head. It's another guy who's the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, in his eyes, this guy was not qualified to be the oriole. Looks like we're just the first batch of cannon fodder. Even the people of Tai Chi sect are here.
Liao Bufan's expression slightly changed. Tai Chi sect?
You mean one of the 10 great sects of Deer Morn Mountain, the Tai Chi sect?
Xiao Ying of the Assassin sect was also shocked.
Compared to the Tai Chi sect, the Assassin sect's foundation was weaker. The people of the Tai Chi sect were considered to be famous in the entire Linhe boundary. After all, Deer Morn Mountain was not a big place. Profound Feng sect was not even ranked in the Linhe boundary. Therefore, compared to Tai Chi sect, Profound Feng sect and the Valley of Happiness were slightly weaker. The Taiji school was rather famous in the entire Deer Morn Mountain. It must be known that the Taiji school had once produced a divine king, but it had already declined. However, that was when it was at its peak. Even now, the Taiji school still had a late heavenly god, which was why it was ranked at the top of Deer Morn Mountain. Moreover, Tai Chi sect had always been mysterious. Usually, no disciples would come out of the mountain. But this time, a mysterious disciple who rode on a green bull came out.
I've heard of a person. There's a Helian Wuji in Tai Chi sect.
He's the leader of the 3 great geniuses of the sect. His younger brother, Helian Wushuang, rode on a green bull. That bull is not an ordinary bull.
It's a heavenly rake bull.
Helian Wuji is very low-key, but his younger brother is quite powerful. The reason is because he's the second of the 3 great geniuses, Helian Wushuang.
Yuki Chihyun said.
Yang Jian and the others felt a great pressure. This guy was obviously more terrifying than them. Moreover, his strength was at its peak. At this moment, even Jiang Chen was injured. Moreover, it was unrealistic for him to fight against a mid-true god as a mid-void god. The reason why he could win against Fire Qilin was because Fire Qilin was injured. However, the one in front of him was a true expert of Tai Chi sect. Who would dare to offend him? To think that there's someone who knows of my existence.
It's not easy.
Little girl, I can see that you're talented and as beautiful as a flower. Why don't you come back with me and cultivate the Tao of dual cultivation together? Helian Wushuang said with a smile. The young man looked gentle and refined. However, not many people had seen how terrifying he was. You're the kid who has been following me for 5 years? Fire Qilin finally squinted his eyes and looked at Helian Wushuang. He seemed to have some impression of Helian Wushuang.
Not bad. To think that you've noticed me. But it's useless to talk about this now.
Helian Wushuang shook his head. He seemed to be very disappointed with Fire Qilin. I thought that you'll be very powerful. But to think that you've lost to a void god trash. Helian Wushuang looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. You've really suffered a lot. Hee, you've really won. It doesn't matter who laughs the best. What's important is who can laugh in the end. The Fire Qilin also seemed to have a kind of heavenly tribulation, as if it had its own destiny.
Chapter 2263. You're so arrogant.
Why didn't you come out and deal with everyone else? You still don't have enough confidence in your own strength. Haha, mid-true god, what's so great about you? Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully at Helian Wushuang. Even though he was severely injured at this moment, He would never allow Helian Wushuang to stand on his head and show off his strength. You're arrogant and strong. Unfortunately, you're not my match. You're too weak and you're injured. Helian Wushuang shook his head. I don't want to kill anyone. Hand over the Dragon Ball and you can leave. That might not be possible. You'll have to defeat me first if you want to get the Dragon Ball. What do you think? Kill me and the Dragon Ball will be yours. Jiang Chen looked at Helian Wushuang. Helian Wushuang smiled. The green bull under him also mooed. Even my old bull thinks that you're joking. All right, I'll send you out of here. I hope there's no death in heaven. The Dragon Ball will be mine sooner or later. You've been enduring for 5 years. You're quite determined. Unfortunately, you've met me. You can only blame your bad luck. Jiang Chen did not take a step back. At this moment, he was destined to fight against Helian Wushuang. He would never hand over the Dragon Ball. Only by defeating Helian Wushuang would he be able to obtain the Dragon Ball safely. Youngsters nowadays really don't know how high the sky is. Ha! I wanted to spare your life, but you don't know how to cherish it. You've failed. Helian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. This guy is getting more and more confident. But forgive me for being blunt, but I really don't think he can defeat Helian Wushuang. Helian Wushuang is the number 2 expert of the Taiji sect. His brother's divine might is unparalleled, and he's also extremely powerful. He's even stronger than the Fire Qilin. Looks like the Dragon Ball will belong to Tai Chi sect in the end. Liao Bufan said silently. Although Jiang Chen was very strong, there was a gap of 3 stages between them. Moreover, he was injured now. It was almost impossible for him to counterattack when Jiang Chen was at his peak. For Yuki Chihian and the others, defeating the Fire Qilin was completely unexpected. But if Jiang Chen could really defeat Helian Wushuang, it would be a fantasy. The 2 people were not proportional at all. One was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and the other was unparalleled. The result could be imagined. Jiang Chen is a little too careless. He really shouldn't have continued to fight with this guy. This guy is obviously playing the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This time, Jiang Chen has suffered a setback. Tan Shan has said. Yeah, in the end, I still hope that he can create a miracle, but it doesn't seem very possible. Bai Yunfei's face was filled with regret, but he knew Jiang Chen's temperament. Jiang Chen was too competitive, too arrogant, and did not put anyone in his eyes. Jiang Chen probably did not have any tricks up his sleeves to counterattack in this final attack. If you had the same strength, maybe I really wouldn't be your opponent. But now you're still too weak. And I want your sword. Helian Wushuang put down the bamboo flute in his hand and inserted it into his back. You want my sword? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Make your move. I'm in a hurry to go home. Jiang Chen sneered. Since you're so anxious, I'll give you this chance. Anyo, someone wants to provoke us. Should I teach him a lesson? Moo. Even Anyo said that you're too annoying. The sound of the flute is pleasing to the ear. Helian Wushuang was playing his flute. The sound was gentle, but at this moment, it made everyone fall into a state of confusion. It was a sound wave attack. Each sound wave was like a blade's shadow. It seemed invisible, but in a strange way, it forced Jiang Chen to take a few steps back. Jiang Chen's face became distorted. What a terrifying sound wave attack, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His face was unsightly, but he gradually calmed down. This was because this sound wave attack directly attacked the soul. But how strong was Jiang Chen's soul? Even a heavenly god expert might not be able to fight against it. You're still too inexperienced to play this game with me. Get lost. Jiang Chen's heart moved. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying soul ripple spread out. The entire summit of the canyon was in a state of panic. The sound of his flute turned into a beautiful melody without any lethality. It was completely dispersed by Jiang Chen's soul attack. Helian Wushuang slightly closed his eyes, feeling a little surprised in his heart. This little fellow really has some ability to make others have a whole new level of respect for him. He was actually able to withstand my sound wave attack. Is his spiritual strength really that powerful? Not simple, not simple. Looks like if I don't give you some good stuff, you won't know how powerful I, Helian Wushuang, am. Helian Wushuang raised his hand. The bamboo flute in his hand suddenly shone brightly, turning into a pillar that covered the sky.
Jiang Chen instantly retreated. The pillar covered the entire canyon. It fell from the sky and landed on top of Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen's expression was stern. He blocked it with his sword. The 10,000 zhang tall bamboo flute made Jiang Chen breathless. He knelt on one knee and pointed his sword at the flute. Helian Wushuang's hands pressed down fiercely, trying to crush Jiang Chen. "You want me to surrender with this little trick?" Jiang Chen sneered. He instantly disappeared from his spot. It was as if he no longer existed in this world. But it was also as if he could appear anywhere. This? How could this be? Where did Jiang Chen go? Liao Bufan was completely dumbfounded. This isn't teleportation. Absolutely not. This is the Great Void Shift. Yuki Chihian's expression finally changed. The Great Void Shift was something that even divine kings couldn't do. Until now, according to her knowledge, no one could do it. Because only the spatial formation could complete the Great Void Shift. Impossible. Impossible. Where is this guy? Yang Jian's expression changed. Waves of shock surged in his heart, causing him to be completely dumbfounded. Void shift, this. Helian Wushuang was also shocked. The stronger he was, the more he knew how difficult it was to travel through the void. If he was not careful enough, he might be killed by the turbulence of the void. However, Jiang Chen had done it just now, and that was to travel through the void. When the bamboo flute fell, the entire canyon was completely crushed. Jiang Chen appeared behind Helian Wushuang and used the Slaughter Dragon seal. Helian Wushuang's expression changed. The green bull moved and disappeared 100 zhang away. This is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 2264. Jiang Chen's void travel had shocked everyone. One should know that void travel was something that even powerful divine kings and hierarchs might not be able to do. Moreover, void travel was quite dangerous. If one was not careful, one might be strangled to death in the void turbulence. At that time, it would be really hopeless. After Jiang Chen entered the divine world, he almost never used the Great Void technique in front of others because he would not easily use it unless it was a life-and-death situation. This was his life-saving technique. In fact, even if he wanted to leave now, Helian Wushuang would not be able to stop him. Moreover, if he hid in the Zulong Tower, it would be even more difficult for him to track him down. However, he could not ignore the lives of Bai Yunfei, Yang Jian and the others. That was not his original intention. Although Jiang Chen was not a kind person, he also knew about friendship. Yang Jian and Bai Yunfei were not ungrateful people. These two people were definitely worth befriending for Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen had always made friends based on his mood. If he did not like a person who wanted to become his disciple, no matter how strong the person was, he would not put them in his eyes. Void travel, is it? Then let me see how you are going to travel through my Tai Chi No beginning formation. Helian Wushuang said coldly. In an instant, the formation was formed. The Tai Chi No beginning formation was formed with more than 300 middle-grade divine origin stones. It was quite strange. Within a radius of 10 miles of the Great Canyon, the whole area was covered by the formation. Moreover, the strength of the formation was also increasing. Being in control of the formation made him the real leader. Now, facing Jiang Chen's void travel, he also swore that in this Tai Chi No beginning formation, as long as Jiang Chen appeared, he would definitely be able to sense it. This formation is a bit strange. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. A layer of invisible energy barrier enveloped the entire Grand Canyon and the surrounding 10 miles. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like he had to show some of his true abilities. This formation is formed from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Disturbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth should be enough to make the formation lose its effectiveness. Jiang Chen kept his heavenly dragon sword and held the divine burying flag in his hand. The divine burying flag fluttered along with the wind. The wind howled and the cranes howled, stirring up the universe. The entire Grand Canyon was filled with storms and snow. The Tai Chi No beginning grand formation that Helian Wushuang had set up started to shake. The spiritual qi was chaotic and the spiritual stones were flying everywhere. At this moment, the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. Helian Wushuang quickly retreated and his face showed a solemn expression. This is the divine burying flag? Yuki Chihian's expression changed. Not only does this guy have a divine weapon that surpasses a heavenly divine tool,
but he also has a divine burying flag. The divine burying flag is a heavenly divine tool. Moreover, it has a great suppressive effect on dark creatures. It can even be used to fight against those of a higher realm. The might of the divine burying flag was rather terrifying. It was almost impossible for anyone below the heaven god realm to deal with the divine burying flag.
No way! This guy has the divine burying flag? That's too ridiculous.
I've only heard that the divine burying flag only exists in the tombs of supreme experts to guard the 9 underworlds. Furthermore, almost no one knows how powerful the divine burying flag is. This thing is truly an ominous object.
Xueqi said in a low voice.
At this moment, no one dared to look down on Jiang Chen anymore. Whether it was the heavenly dragon sword or the divine burying flag, these divine weapons were peerless treasures that even the world venerables might not have the qualification to obtain. To think that they appeared in the hands of a void god brat.
It was really a waste. But in the end, this was the symbol of strength.
Although he was unwilling, Liao Bufan was clear that if he were to fight with his life on the line, he would never be able to defeat this little guy.
With the strength of a peak middle void god, how did he do it?
Moreover, just by relying on these 2 peerless godly weapons, his identity and wealth were already unfathomable.
Yang Jian and Bai Yunfei looked at each other and smiled bitterly. But to them, this was something to rejoice about.
Because Jiang Chen was a disciple of their profound Feng sect.
Looks like it's too late for me to even look at your neck and back. Bai Yunfei sighed while looking at Jiang Chen's background. His strength had completely pulled apart from Jiang Chen. It would be a luxury to compete with him in the future.
Moreover, Jiang Chen had sworn that the person he wanted to challenge was not Bai Yunfei, but Yan Cheng. If he could kill Helian Wushuang, then when he returned to the sect, that Yan Cheng would be a target to be killed in a second.
Bai Yunfei finally understood that his vision was different from Jiang Chen's.
Yang Jian also had the same feeling. Although Helian Wushuang's background was mysterious, he was a kind person.
He was not a thief.
With his ability to travel through the void, Yang Jian, Bai Yunfei and the others knew that if he wanted to leave, Helian Wushuang would not be able to stop him.
However, he did not leave.
There could only be 2 reasons. Firstly, he did not want to see them die, so he risked his life to stay. Secondly, he was full of confidence and was not afraid of Helian Wushuang. No matter which one it was good for Yang Jian and the others. A brother like this was worth it for them to risk their lives. The Tai Chi No beginning formation was completely destroyed by Jiang Chen's divine burying flag. The formation was in ruins. Hundreds of middle-grade divine origin stones were destroyed at this moment. It was heart-wrenching, but obviously, Helian Wushuang did not care about it. Moreover, he was getting more and more excited about Jiang Chen. This guy had a lot of treasures. First it was the heavenly dragon sword, and now it was the divine burying flag. In terms of value, these 2 items were not any less valuable than the Dragon Balls. This time, it seems like I have gained a lot. I did not wait for 5 years in vain. So, the real harvest is here.
Ha!
Helian Wushuang looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a chicken drumstick. It tasted so good that he could not stop himself from eating it. If you want to leave, I can't stop you. But since you don't want to leave, I'll let you have a taste of my power. You're just a void god trash. Such a divine item is just a waste of resources in your hands. You might as well give it to me. When I return, I will be in control of a sword and a flag. Even my annoying big brother will not be a match for me. God's luck is something that cannot be stopped. Ha! Helian Wushuang held the flute and stepped on the green bull, pressing towards Jiang Chen. The flute was extremely terrifying. Every time it attacked, it would emit an invisible sound wave attack. Facing such an attack, Jiang Chen had no choice but to be cautious. Plus, Helian Wushuang was a powerful expert. If Jiang Chen made a slight mistake, he might really fail miserably in an easy task. For the fastest novel reading, please visit
Chapter 2265.
It's a pity that this sound wave attack has no effect on me. Jiang Chen sneered and held the divine burying flag in his hand. Waves of terrifying wind blades pierced through the sky, tearing the void apart. The giant boulders on the peak of the canyon were slashed down and the avalanche followed. The scene was magnificent and majestic, but it was also filled with danger. If it was an ordinary person, they might not be able to escape from this terrifying avalanche.
The mightiness of Jiang Chen's divine burying flag made Helian Wushuang unable to deal with it. The flute in his hand was also a divine tool. However, it was not worth mentioning in Jiang Chen's hand because the divine burying flag was not an ordinary treasure. Gusts of chilly wind were howling, stirring up the clouds and snow. Helian Wushuang retreated as he fought. The two of them were locked in a stalemate. Jiang Chen's divine burying flag was obviously superior. However, in terms of strength, Jiang Chen was much weaker. If it wasn't for the divine burying flag, how could Jiang Chen fight against Helian Wushuang, who was a mid-true god? Looks like you're forcing me to use my trump card. Helian Wushuang held the flute and squinted his eyes. His silhouette flickered and a treasure cauldron that could tear space appeared in his hand. The cauldron was the will of the 9 prefectures. It was a true heavy weapon and it was quite terrifying. The cauldron broke through the sky and covered everything in the void. It completely shrouded above Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen used the divine burying flag to block it and hit the treasure cauldron. Your divine burying flag is indeed unstoppable, but my luminous cauldron is not weak either. Helian Wushuang pressed with one hand and the luminous cauldron once again suppressed the divine burying flag. It was not that the divine burying flag was inferior to the luminous cauldron. It was because the difference in strength between the people who used the god artifact was just too great. As a result, even the divine burying flag could only ensure that Jiang Chen was undefeatable. However, it was understandable that he was suppressed. If they had the same battle prowess, with the divine burying flag in Jiang Chen's hands, the wind blades that burst out would be enough to render Helian Wushuang unable to retaliate. It might even be possible for him to be instantly killed. Luminous Heaven Cauldron. Suppress all directions. Helian Wushuang bellowed furiously. Under the divine burying flag, Jiang Chen's expression became a little difficult once again. Will Jiang Chen be unable to hold on any longer? Liao Bufan was stunned. Yeah, even the divine burying flag isn't a match for Helian Wushuang. This guy is really terrifying. Xiaoying said solemnly. His cauldron just so happens to restrain the divine burying flag. Furthermore, the difference in strength between the two is too great. Yang Jian said in a deep voice. Could it be that we are really going to be suppressed by this guy? A trace of disappointment rose in Tan Shanhe's heart, and even the fear of death. Once Jiang Chen died, none of them would be spared. This Helian Wushuang wasn't a kind-hearted person. It was impossible for him to let them go. Jiang Chen was being suppressed miserably by Helian Wushuang. Although he didn't suffer any fatal injuries, the luminous cauldron had suppressed Jiang Chen to the point where he couldn't breathe. If this went on, he would be defeated sooner or later. You are not a match for me. I've said it from the beginning. Helian Wushuang was incomparably confident. With the suppression of both his hands, Jiang Chen's divine burying flag couldn't exert any power anymore. Unity of Dragon and Sword. Jiang Chen suddenly burst out a terrifying aura. However, even so, it couldn't make Helian Wushuang take half a step back. The indestructible unity of Dragon and Sword still became dimmer under the suppression of the luminous cauldron. However, at this moment, Helian Wushuang felt even more pain because there was a crack on his luminous cauldron. I'm going to kill you, my luminous cauldron. Helian Wushuang was furious. He must kill this guy and snatch the heavenly dragon sword and divine burying flag from his hands. Cough cough. Jiang Chen was a little embarrassed. This time, Helian Wushuang once again took out the luminous cauldron. Even if the luminous cauldron collapsed, he still wanted to suppress Jiang Chen. Unparalleled Tai Chi. Omnidirectional Divine Finger. Helian Wushuang held the Tai Chi diagram in his palm and directly imprinted it on the luminous cauldron. This time, Jiang Chen used one hand to support the terrifying power of the cauldron. However, he couldn't break the luminous cauldron no matter what. Because the luminous cauldron had already completed its transformation. With the suppression of the unparalleled Tai Chi diagram, it wouldn't be easy for Jiang Chen to break it. Looks like I need to call my friends too. Just when Yang Jian and the others were feeling gloomy, Jiang Chen suddenly shouted. The 12 fire god guards quickly appeared in front of Jiang Chen and surrounded him. The 12 fire god guards supported the luminous cauldron. Moreover, the 12 fire god guards' strength had reached the half-step true god realm. Along with the increase of Jiang Chen's strength, they had also advanced from the peak late void god realm to the half-step true god realm. There was a slight increase in their strength. However, when the 12 fire god guards regrouped, the increase was not just a little. The might of the 12 fire god guards could totally kill a mid-true god realm expert. The might of the fire god guards was shocking. Everyone was extremely shocked. Even Helian Wushuang's face turned gloomy. The 12 fire god guards had completely blocked the suppression of the luminous cauldron. Moreover, the Tai Chi diagram on the luminous cauldron was showing signs of cracking. Why do I feel that these flaming puppets are somewhat fearful? Fire Qilin murmured. At the same time, Yezi also looked at him. You also have this feeling? This guy's flaming puppets are not that simple. If he had taken out these flaming puppets from the beginning, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Fire Qilin smiled bitterly. At this moment, Jiang Chen's image in their hearts had become incomparably lofty. Moreover, it was the kind that kept increasing. Kacha, Kacha, Jiang Chen's 12 fire god guards continued to melt the Tai Chi diagram. In the end, it completely collapsed. Even a wisp of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was enough to destroy the Tai Chi diagram. Even the luminous cauldron was scorching hot at this moment. Under the burning of the 12 fire god guards, it even began to melt. Helian Wushuang staggered backwards and his facial expression changed a few times. How is this possible? These flaming puppets could even melt a divine tool like the luminous cauldron. Helian Wushuang's heart was in turmoil. However, he was very clear about his own strength. Facing the 12 fire god guards, he had already raised his condition to 100%. Jiang Chen's means were endless. Helian Wushuang was already somewhat numb to it, but the battle still continued. However, the destruction of the luminous cauldron was a huge blow to Helian Wushuang. In his eyes, his luminous cauldron was a real treasure. It had accompanied him for a long time. Who would have thought that it would be melted by Jiang Chen in the end? Chapter 2266. Then you're thinking too much. Defeat my 12 fire god guards first. Ha! Jiang Chen smiled proudly and took a few steps back. He was panting slightly. After all, his injuries were very serious. The suppression of the luminous cauldron made him feel quite uncomfortable. At that moment, he was suppressed by the Tai Chi diagram. It was impossible for him to leave even if he wanted to, because once he left, the divine burying flag would be suppressed and taken away by him. That was not something that Jiang Chen was willing to see. Your flaming puppets are indeed very strong. However, I forgot to tell you that I am also a formation master. Since you have flaming puppets, have a taste of my 9 palace sword formation. Helian Wushuang sneered. There were also 9 flaming puppets. However, compared to Jiang Chen's 12 fire god guards, they were obviously weaker. They were only at the peak void god realm. However, most importantly, once the 9 palace sword formation was formed, it would be more flexible than the 12 fire god guards. The power that the puppet sword formation could exert had completely made up for the difference in strength. Under the 9 palace sword formation, Jiang Chen's 12 fire god guards were completely entangled. This Helian Wushuang is too strong, Yang Jian said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen's safety had always been in an awkward situation. No one could help him. Everything depended on his own strength. Moreover, under the situation where Helian Wushuang had used all his trump cards, Jiang Chen was forced into a desperate situation. It was an indisputable fact. The second strongest disciple of Tai Chi sect. He is one of the few experts in Deer Morn Mountain. Exactly. That's right. Jiang Chen is in danger. That's hard to say. There is always a higher mountain. I don't believe that Jiang Chen will lose. Bai Yunfei chose to trust Jiang Chen unconditionally because there was no other way. Jiang Chen was their last hope. If Jiang Chen were to fall, then their lives would come to an end. The 9 palaces sword formation is indeed not bad, but are you sure it can stop my 12 fire god guards? Jiang Chen said faintly. Helian Wushuang glanced at his 9 palace sword array, then looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. Don't try to trick me. Even if I can't stop you, it won't matter if your flaming puppet breaks through my 9 palace sword array the moment I kill you. Haha. I admire your delusional confidence, but you have to confirm whether or not you can kill me first. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and soared into the sky. Helian Wushuang did not show any weakness either. The two of them clashed again. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, Jiang Chen used all of his skills. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. Helian Wushuang also did the same. He would definitely use his last attack to kill Jiang Chen. You should be proud to die under my Tai Chi 8 trigrams palm. Helian Wushuang raised his hand and pressed towards Jiang Chen. His morale was like a rainbow. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams palm could tear the heaven and earth apart, and it was everywhere. Tai Chi generates yin and yang generates 4 divisions. 4 divisions generates 8 trigrams palm. 8 trigrams divine palm refines the heaven and earth. Helian Wushuang's palm wind seemed to be formed by the spiritual energy between the heaven and earth. It covered the sky and the earth. Jiang Chen could not avoid it. He was hit by 2 consecutive palm strikes. That kind of pain was unspeakable. Jiang Chen's body also suffered great damage. Seal Sky Qi Lock Formation. Open. Helian Wushuang completely sealed Jiang Chen in the formation. The Seal Sky Qi Lock Formation was to seal the qi of the heaven and earth, so that Jiang Chen's void travel was completely under his control. In that case, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Helian Wushuang's palm wind was invincible. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams palm was derived from the spiritual energy between the heaven and earth. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams palm was ever-changing, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The Seal Sky Qi Lock Formation made Jiang Chen have nowhere to hide. He could only stay in this heaven and earth. This time, Jiang Chen will not be able to escape even if he has wings. In the end we still failed. Counting on a void god to save us. Ha ha! What a joke! The fire Qilin snorted disdainfully. However, it was not directed at Jiang Chen because Jiang Chen had already won its respect. Especially the pride of a divine beast. It was stronger than a human's. However, once it recognized you as a human, it would not have any objections. The fire Qilin sighed. Yuki Chihian, Yang Jian, Liao Bufan, Xiao Ying and the others were the peerless geniuses of the great sections. However, at this moment, they had become true cowards. They did not have any ability to turn the tide. Perhaps this is fate, Yuki Chihian murmured. The battle was about to come to an end. Jiang Chen did not have any strength to fight back under Helian Wushuang's terrifying attacks. His flaming puppet was completely held back by Helian Wushuang, and he was also repelled by the Tai Chi 8 trigram palm. That was the secret technique of the Tai Chi sect. The Tai Chi 8 trigram palm. One could imagine the power of such a peerless cultivation technique. Jiang Chen was in a passive position in the Seal Sky Qi Lock Formation. He was in a deadlock. Yeah. What qualifications do we have to complain here? Yang Jian said coldly. The world was cruel and heartless. Jiang Chen was just an ordinary outer sect disciple of the profound Feng sect. However, he had shouldered too much in this battle. Even Yuki Chihian and the others could not compare to him. In this desperate situation, Jiang Chen didn't choose to leave. Instead, he chose to fight till the end. His goal was simple. He wanted everyone to survive. At least, they would not be killed by Helian Wushuang. However, in the end, this was the scene of life and death. It was like catching a turtle in a jar, a beast in a cage. No one was willing to endure such torment. Jiang Chen, I, by Yunfei, will take you as my role model. Although I will lose, I will be proud. Bai Yunfei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, his heart was trembling. However, he could not do anything to help. In the grand formation, Jiang Chen was struck down again and again. It was like a sharp knife was pierced into his chest. There were so many senior brothers, but he was left to fight Helian Wushuang alone. All they could do was to watch the battle silently. You won't be able to defeat me in the end. Helian Wushuang stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Waves of terrifying palm wind whistled towards him. Jiang Chen advanced step by step, falling into a passive situation. Everyone's eyes were filled with sympathy. After all, his situation was too difficult. Moreover, he stayed because of the friendship between the people of profound Feng sect. His persistence was admirable. Such a silly and cute junior brother. Yang Jian murmured. He really wished that Jiang Chen could leave at that time. If that was the case, this scene would not have happened. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and kept dodging. However, the space that he could move was extremely limited. Currently, he didn't have any offensive ability. He could only passively take a beating. Helian Wushuang was also extremely powerful. If he didn't kill Jiang Chen in one go, he was afraid that this guy who had a lot of tricks would turn against him and cause him a great loss. This guy was too hard to deal with. Chapter 2267. He might not fall just like that, Xueqi said in a low voice. She could see a hint of ruthlessness in Jiang Chen's eyes. He did not give up hope at all. He seemed to be preparing for the final blow. There was no despair in his eyes at all. Instead, it was filled with coldness and anger. Xueqi realized that this guy was really too strong. Even if she did not want to admit it now, the facts spoke louder than words. Even she might not be able to defeat Jiang Chen. The side that he showed was too strong. If he could kill Helian Wushuang, then Xueqi would regard him as her idol. Could this final blow really change the situation? Xueqi murmured in her heart. But she still had a glimmer of hope for Jiang Chen. You no longer have a chance. Just surrender. Even a fly can't fly out of this heaven-sealing aura lock grand formation. I don't believe it. Jiang Chen rushed to the sky again and again. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The sword light shot out in all directions, trying to tear the sealing heaven chi lock formation apart. Helian Wushuang strengthened the formation again and again. The Tai Chi 8 trigram palm was getting more and more terrifying. It came from all directions, making Jiang Chen unable to avoid it. His injuries continued to worsen. Is it really so indestructible? Jiang Chen murmured. Of course. If you want to escape from my formation, you have to practice for another few hundred years. Haha. Today's disaster is entirely your own fault. Moreover, you gave me 2 heavenly divine tools. I really don't know how to thank you. Haha. Today can be considered as a real day of joy. The Dragon Ball and heavenly divine tools are all mine. Helian Wushuang looked disdainfully at the sky. His eyes were piercingly cold. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Jiang Chen was just putting up a desperate struggle. How could he make a comeback? That was impossible. Everything should end now, Helian Wushuang said with a smile. This smile was a smile of confidence, a smile of victory. For the past 5 years, he had been chasing day and night, and today, he had finally seen the light of day. Furthermore, with the unexpected harvest of Jiang Chen, it had to be said that this time, Helian Wushuang would definitely become the strongest disciple in the Taiji sect, and after returning this time, he would definitely pull his big brother down from the throne of the #1 genius in the Taiji sect. Now, Helian Wushuang even felt an unprecedented excitement. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. No, you're wrong. Everything has just begun. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and slowly raised his head. All of the clouds in the surrounding 500 kilometers had gathered together, looking as gloomy as the bottom of a wok. Black clouds filled the area, and lightning flickered. An immense pressure filled the area, as if the sky were about to collapse. The surroundings were filled with wind and snow. Snowflakes flew for thousands of miles. The top of the canyon had been completely turned into ruins. In the sky, the terrifying thunderclouds gradually gathered together, turning into a super lightning bolt that could shake the heavens and earth. It was extremely dazzling as it streaked across the void. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the scene in silence. What was going on in the sky that was changing so suddenly? Even at this moment, no one had thought that it was Jiang Chen who attracted the thunderclouds. What's going on? Helian Wushuang said with a gloomy expression. Even he felt a tremor in the face of this terrifying thundercloud. He couldn't understand why these terrifying thunderclouds would appear above his head. This is someone going to undergo tribulation? Yeah. This is definitely not an ordinary thundercloud. This is the heavenly lightning tribulation. Could it be Jiang Chen? How is this possible? Jiang Chen is only a peak mid-void god. How could he attract such a powerful heavenly lightning tribulation? Stop joking. As soon as Liao Bufan finished his words, Jiang Chen suddenly soared into the sky. His aura was extremely violent and unparalleled. Could it be that Jiang Chen is really going to undergo tribulation? Bai Yunfei took a deep breath. At this moment, even if he didn't believe it, there was nothing he could do. Since you're so confident that I won't be able to escape from your sky-sealing chi-lock formation, then neither of us should leave. Let's undergo tribulation together. Actually, Jiang Chen wasn't going to undergo tribulation, but he didn't want others to know that he had the Dawn Sky Golden Lightning. If that was the case, it would definitely cause a commotion. Plus, this was one of his trump cards. He didn't want to expose it. It would be fine if no one was here, but the people of Lotus Cloud Sect, Valley of Happiness and Shadow Murder Sect were all here. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to kill all of them, so he could only create a heavenly lightning tribulation. As a matter of fact, this lightning tribulation was triggered by Jiang Chen's dawn sky golden lightning. The sky was filled with terrifying thunderclouds. As long as the dawn sky golden lightning struck down, Helian Wushuang would definitely not be his match. You are actually going to undergo tribulation? Helian Wushuang said in shock. Even he felt a tinge of fear when facing this heavenly lightning tribulation. This was definitely not an ordinary heavenly lightning tribulation. It can't be, right? This fella is really going to undergo tribulation. Xiaoying said in a trembling voice. He could only use one word to describe Jiang Chen: monster. Such a monster shouldn't exist in this world. Otherwise, how could these self-proclaimed geniuses continue to live? They were so embarrassed that they could die. Jiang Chen undergoing tribulation. Everyone was filled with disbelief, but the facts spoke louder than words. The thunderclouds above Jiang Chen's head had already proved everything, and it wasn't a simple heavenly lightning tribulation. This made everyone feel a sense of respect and helplessness towards this monstrous fella. Respect was self-evident, but helplessness was because they might never be able to surpass this fella in their lifetime. In fact, their strength was higher than Jiang Chen's, but the result made everyone's jaws drop. Although they weren't willing to admit it, they were happy to see this scene because this was Jiang Chen's last chance to fight against Helian Wushuang. Once he succeeded, Helian Wushuang wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone's potential is different. His potential gives us unlimited possibilities, but it also gives us unlimited pressure. Yuki Chihian stared at Jiang Chen. At that moment, the thunderclouds in the sky were about to pour down. Moreover, more and more of them gathered, making it gloomier and gloomier. For the first time in millions of years, the great snowy mountain, which was as bright as day, had dark clouds covering the valley. Helian Wushuang's expression also changed a few times. His expression was extremely solemn. He didn't believe that Jiang Chen would undergo tribulation at this time, but the scene in front of him showed that Jiang Chen was indeed going to undergo tribulation. The heavenly lightning tribulation was different from ordinary ones. Once it was formed, it would definitely not stop. Moreover, would Jiang Chen be able to survive under the heavenly lightning tribulation? Of course, this wasn't what Helian Wushuang was worried about. What he was worried about was whether he could survive under the heavenly lightning tribulation. You're already struggling at death's door. Even if you undergo tribulation, how are you going to survive the heavenly lightning tribulation? Chapter 2268. You don't have to worry about that. Your heaven-sealing energy lock grand formation is airtight. Let this lightning tribulation teach you a lesson. If I can't escape, you can't escape either. So what if I want to perish together with you? Ha! Jiang Chen said proudly as he laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. You want to perish together with me? You're not worthy. Helian Wushuang instantly rose and wanted to leave the heaven-sealing energy lock grand formation. But at this moment, the thunderclouds were already pouring down. Bastard, you're playing with fire. Do you know that? Helian Wushuang's eyes were filled with fear. Now, he finally believed that this heaven lightning tribulation wasn't a joke. But it was impossible for Jiang Chen to escape this 9 heaven lightning tribulation. He wanted to perish together with him. But Helian Wushuang didn't think that Jiang Chen was worthy of dying together with him. You can't kill me. Helian Wushuang harumphed coldly and flew up. However, the heavenly lightning above his head struck down at this moment. Everyone felt their flesh aching as the dawn sky golden lightning struck Helian Wushuang's head. No! Helian Wushuang roared in anger and used all his strength to resist the dawn sky golden lightning. But he was already heavily injured by the lightning. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a sinister smile. It was just a lightning. As the thunderclouds rumbled, more and more terrifying thunderclouds descended. Jiang Chen walked slowly under the heaven lightning tribulation fearlessly. But Helian Wushuang, who was in the middle of the thunderclouds, looked as though he had nothing left to live for. One could imagine the pain and misery he was in. The dawn sky golden lightning seemed to have landed on Jiang Chen's body without any harm. All of the heaven lightning tribulation was endured by Helian Wushuang alone. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Helian Wushuang's face was full of tears. His eyes were filled with regret and anger. However,
When the thunderbolt struck his body, he had already lost all ability to resist. Like a dead dog, he struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail.
Why are you completely fine? Why?
Helian Wushuang screamed his lungs out, but his injuries were getting worse and worse. His face was getting uglier and uglier. Jiang Chen stopped talking and walked beside Helian Wushuang. He caught a bolt of dawn sky golden lightning with one hand and was completely unharmed. Helian Wushuang was so angry that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even Xueqi couldn't help but shiver. The instant the dawn sky golden lightning struck down, Helian Wushuang fell into despair. At that moment, he had no desire at all. There was nothing for him to live for. His expression gave everyone goosebumps. Most importantly, Jiang Chen completely ignored the heavenly lightning tribulation. He was the one who attracted the heavenly lightning tribulation, but it didn't cause any damage to him. Amidst their shock and sighs, they could only choose to keep their distance from Jiang Chen. Even though Jiang Chen had fallen, they didn't even dare to ask Jiang Chen for the Dragon Ball. Because only God knows if Jiang Chen still has any trump cards. Facing the Fire Qilin, facing Helian Wushuang, one of the strongest disciples of Tai Chi sect, Jiang Chen had many tricks up his sleeves. He was a hidden super boss. Unfortunately, he was only a middle void god. Anyone who saw him would think that they could kill him with one hand. However, Jiang Chen's ability to play the pig to eat the tiger was better than anyone else. I really want to know why the heavenly lightning tribulation only struck Helian Wushuang and not Jiang Chen.
I'm also curious about this.
Liao Bufan and Xiaoying looked at each other and said. At this moment, green smoke rose from Helian Wushuang's body after being struck by the dawn sky golden lightning. Why? Helian Wushuang murmured with great difficulty. He died with everlasting regret. He was like a dead dog. Not only was he split into pieces, he couldn't even be seen clearly. In the end, under the heavenly lightning tribulation, Helian Wushuang's body was turned into ashes. Helian Wushuang had only himself to blame for dying in his own heaven-sealing chi-locking grand formation. Bai Yunfei couldn't help but shiver. This Jiang Chen is so powerful that it's hard to understand.
Why are you so weak? Aren't you very strong? Why are you so weak now? You can't even take a few strikes. How embarrassing.
Hey,
Jiang Chen said in disdain.
He shook his head and sighed.
Yuki Chihian couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Do you think that everyone is as abnormal as you? You're invincible in the heavenly lightning tribulation, completely disregarding the heavenly lightning tribulation.
Who can endure this?
I finally got rid of this guy. The Fire Qilin's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, the Yazi had already fled in an unknown direction. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the Fire Qilin took the opportunity to run away. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to chase after the two fellas. After all, the Dragon Ball was already in his hands. However, his body was also severely injured. Why are you unscathed when the heavenly lightning tribulation struck you? Yuki Chihian looked at Jiang Chen and asked. She was really curious. Is this guy wearing some kind of protection? That shouldn't be the case. Otherwise, how could he be beaten up so badly by Helian Wushuang?
Yeah, I'm curious too.
Yang Jian looked at Jiang Chen and continued to ask. Maybe it's because I have a good character and I'm handsome. Who can say for sure about this kind of thing? Is it wrong to be handsome? Jiang Chen looked at Yuki Chihian with a face full of disdain.
Shameless,
Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. Her face turned red. This guy dared to tease her. But in the end, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Helian Wushuang and the Fire Qilin would not let them go. Is it wrong to be handsome? Senior Yang. I'm low profile enough. Jiang Chen said innocently. Yes, you're very low profile. Yang Jian said while gritting his teeth. Even he felt that what he said was against his will. Xueqi, Liao Bufan and Xiaoying left. They had no desire for the Dragon Ball anymore. Jiang Chen letting them go was already the most he could do. Jiang Chen had no enmity with these sections. There was no need for him to start a massacre. Moreover, it would only make enemies for himself and the profound Feng sect. It was not worth it. Tai Chi sect will not let you go. Take care of yourself. Yuki Chihian said and turned to leave. The Grand Canyon was a mess but it was terrifyingly cold. This time, it's all thanks to you, Jiang Chen.
You've hidden your strength too well. Even the Fire Qilin and Helian Wushuang are not your match. I've heard that Helian Wushuang is one of the rare geniuses of Tai Chi sect. His brother is even scarier than him. Bai Yunfei said with a smile. He was happy for Jiang Chen. This time, he had a narrow escape, but he still managed to get the Dragon Ball. Yeah. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid all of us would have died here. There's always someone better than us. We must leave this place quickly. The people of Tai Chi sect will definitely investigate this. We must not leak this matter, Yang Jian said solemnly. Chapter 2269. One day later, night fell and the sky turned dark. A meteor tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. A middle-aged man with a stalwart figure had a terrifying killing intent in his eyes. However, he was still one step too late. The middle-aged man had a Taiji diagram on his back. His long beard was slightly white, and his expression was grave and stern. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. It's actually a Fire Qilin, and there's even a hint of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus. I'm afraid it hasn't appeared in thousands of years. The middle-aged man's expression was gloomy as he sighed. However, the dead could not be revived. But the middle-aged man headed straight for the Lotus Cloud sect. Within the Lotus Cloud sect's main hall, there were carved beams and painted pillars. Lotus flowers covered the entire Lotus Mountain, extending for thousands of miles without end, and the fragrance of flowers overflowed in all directions, intoxicating the fragrance. In the main hall, a beautiful middle-aged woman sitting on a 1,000-layered lotus throne raised her eyebrows slightly. When she raised her eyes, a beam of light flashed through the void and headed straight for the Lotus Mountain. Taiji sect, Taiji Z. I'm here to pay a visit. A cold shout sounded out. The beautiful middle-aged woman's eyebrows twitched. She was devastatingly beautiful, and her temperament was warm and elegant, incomparably noble. He wore plain clothes and held a green lotus in his hand. His expression and actions were very natural. Brother Taiji, why have you come to visit me? Greetings, little sister. The sect master of the Lotus Cloud sect, Qing Lianzi, smiled and said calmly. Taiji Z's eyes were cold, which puzzled Qing Lianzi. You already know the answer. My Taiji sect's genius disciple, Helian Wushuang, died tragically in your Lotus Cloud sect's Qiyun mountain range. Not even his bones were left. Therefore, I hope you can give me an explanation. Taiji Z Lunglung said. Such a thing actually happened? Qing Lianzi frowned as her expression darkened. I sense the aura of your Lotus Cloud sect's cultivation technique there. Invite your disciples out and we'll know. Taiji Z said in a deep voice. That's fine as well. Since such a big thing happened to your sect's disciple in my Lotus Cloud sect's territory, I should have some understanding of it. Where is Qian Ying? Quickly come and see me. A voice transmission reverberated above Lotus Mountain. In less than 10 breaths of time, Yuki Chihian rushed over. That's right, it's this aura. Taiji Z narrowed his eyes. I wonder what's the matter, master? Yuki Chihian said in a low voice, bowing slightly with a respectful look on her face. You already know the answer. Let me ask you, yesterday, in a great canyon in the Qiyun mountain range, was my Taiji sect disciple Helian Wushuang killed by you? Taiji Z's words caused Qing Lianzi's eyes to turn cold. She finally pulled a long face. The immense pressure forced Yuki Chihian to take more than 10 steps back before she could steady herself. Taiji Z, don't think that just because your Taiji sect has a great reputation these few years, you can be rude and unreasonable in my Lotus Cloud sect. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. If you have something to say, just say it. What are you trying to do by making things difficult for my disciple? Ever since you entered my Lotus Cloud sect, I have exercised forbearance time and time again. I hope that you don't go overboard. Taiji Z pondered for a moment, then nodded silently. I was rash just now. I only want to know if you know about Helian Wushuang's death. Taiji Z looked at Yuki Chihian again. His aura was intimidating and overbearing. This junior doesn't know. Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. You want to send me away with a you don't know? I think you know the answer, but you just don't want to say it. Could it be that my disciple was killed by you? Taiji Z said in a low voice. I really don't know. Yuki Chihyun's reply was still the same as before. Are you lying to me? Taiji Z raised his voice again, snorting coldly. Looks like Brother Taiji doesn't put my words in your eyes. Since that's the case, please leave the Lotus Cloud sect. Qing Lianzi waved her hand, directly pushing Taiji Z out of the sect's hall. Taiji Z retreated 100 feet, his body as light as a swallow, floating in the void. Sister Qing Lianzi's cultivation is indeed unfathomable. If it was my Taiji sect master who came today, I'm afraid that Sister Qing Lianzi wouldn't have treated him like this. However, my Taiji sect will definitely not let today's matter go. The mountains never change, and the rivers never stop flowing. We will meet again. Taiji Z turned around and left. As the Grand Elder of the Taiji sect, it was already not easy for Taiji Z to be able to exchange a move with Qing Lianzi. The Grand Elder of the Taiji sect is actually so powerful. He really has the style of a great sect. Sigh. Qing Lianzi sighed. Although she pushed Taiji Z out of the sect's hall, she didn't know his background. This person could only be described as unfathomable. Tell me, how did that Taiji sect disciple die? Qing Lianzi glanced at Yuki Chihyun and said faintly. She was the one who brought up her disciple. Only she knew whether she was lying or not. Helian Wushuang was killed by the people of Profound Feng sect. But he saved my life. Yuki Chihyun said in a low voice. Since it has nothing to do with you, I'm relieved. But it's not easy for Profound Feng sect to have such a disciple. Looks like there's going to be a bloody storm in Deer Morn Mountain. Qing Lianzi said. Master, I want to enter the icebound land. What? Don't you know what kind of place that is? The number of disciples who entered or came out from the icebound land can be counted with one's fingers. The cruelty of that place is not suitable for your cultivation. Qing Lianzi looked at Yuki Chihyun in astonishment and said, I have no regrets even if I die. Please allow me to enter the icebound land. Yuki Chihyun's insistence surprised Qing Lianzi. The icebound land was a place of death. No one was willing to go there. But the icebound land was the most terrifying cultivation place in the Lotus Cloud sect for thousands of years. Those who could come out from that place had great potential and perseverance. For more than 2,000 years, no one had come out from that place. All right, I'll let you go then. Qing Lianzi sighed. She knew Yuki Chihyun's character. She must have felt that her strength was not enough after the Dragon Ball fight. That's why she wanted to enter the icebound land to train. 1 week from now, the hidden secret realm will open. You only have 1 week. You can't go against it. You can't force it. You're the disciple that I have high hopes for. I'll hand over the sect lord's position to you in the future. Disciple will remember. Yuki Chihyun's eyes flashed with determination. She must increase her strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to stand out among the younger generation. This time, in Yuki Chihyun's eyes, Jiang Chen was a mountain that she might not be able to cross in her entire life. She must at least reach the mid-True God realm or late True God realm in order to catch up to him. Xueqi could not get rid of that guy's shadow in her mind for a long time. Chapter 2270. After returning to Profound Feng sect, Jiang Chen went into seclusion because he needed to recover his strength as soon as possible. Moreover, he still needed to fight against Yan Cheng. Of course, he could not challenge by Yunfei and Yang Jian. Perhaps, he could challenge the top 10 disciples of the inner sect. But who told Jiang Chen to have an agreement with Yan Cheng first? Furthermore, if this guy wasn't eliminated, he would become a cancerous existence. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't let him go. When Jiang Chen took out the Dragon Ball, the Zulong Tower trembled immediately. The Dragon Ball was sucked into the Zulong Tower. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt that the Zulong Tower had undergone a great change. The Dragon Ball that looked light and weak actually allowed the ancestral dragon to break through one floor after another until it reached the 88th floor. At this moment, Jiang Chen was completely shocked. This Dragon Ball has such a terrifying power. Jiang Chen gasped. Moreover, his strength had gone through the baptism of the Dragon Ball. In addition to the battle, Jiang Chen had benefited a lot. He broke through the peak middle Void God Realm and reached the late Void God Realm on the 88th floor of the Zulong Tower. Moreover, Jiang Chen found a scroll of the Heavenly Book on the 88th floor of the Zulong Tower. Above the void, An ancient sheepskin scroll came into his sight. Jiang Chen grabbed the ancient sheepskin scroll in his hand. This is the ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk and his expression became solemn. The ancient soaring dragon technique. What is it? When Jiang Chen finished reading the entire scroll, he found out that the soaring dragon technique was the supreme secret technique of the dragon clan. Those who were not from the dragon clan could not cultivate it. Moreover, the soaring dragon technique was used to increase one's strength and strength. It was much more terrifying than the dragon transformation. The dragon soars under the heavens. I am the only one. As the name suggested, the essence of the soaring dragon technique lay in the soaring dragon technique. It allowed one's strength to undergo a qualitative transformation. Furthermore, it was extremely important for the strength of one's body. The dragon soaring technique had a total of 3 volumes. This was only the first volume. See Glimpse. There was also the second part, Zhan Feng, and the third part, Sinkhole. The most important part of the ancient soaring dragon technique was dragon soaring 1,000 feet, indestructible Vajra. It could allow one's battle prowess to rapidly increase and their bodies to rapidly transform, allowing them to unleash the full potential of the dragon race. I should be considered half a dragon, right? I want to see what miraculous uses this dragon soaring art has. Jiang Chen spent the entire day cultivating the ancient soaring dragon technique. In just a day, he had learned the ancient soaring dragon technique. However, the ancient soaring dragon technique of the sea glimpsing realm was merely the first step. Even so, Jiang Chen had undergone a qualitative transformation. He even wanted to compete with the heavens. After casting the ancient soaring dragon technique, not only did his speed become faster and his strength became stronger, his 6 senses had also increased by more than 1 level. The strength of his body could even shatter mountains and rocks. Indestructible Vajra was comparable to a divine tool. This ancient soaring dragon technique could unleash one's potential to the extreme, allowing one's strength to be maximized. To the current Jiang Chen, it was perfect. Although Jiang Chen was only a late void god, he would not feel any pressure if he were to fight against Helian Wushuang with his bare hands after casting the ancient soaring dragon technique. What a great ancient soaring dragon technique! The corner of Jiang Chen's lips curled up as he left the Zulong Tower. However, an old figure appeared on the 88th floor of the Zulong Tower. Even Jiang Chen did not notice it. The Dragon Ball had already been embedded into the Zulong Tower. The old man held the Dragon Pearl in his hand and gently rubbed it. A drop of tear flowed down and landed on the Dragon Pearl. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of disciples gathered below the outer sect arena of Profound Feng sect. It was very noisy and lively. What day is it today? Why are there so many people below the arena? Don't you know? Damn it! Are you really a disciple of Profound Feng sect? Today is the day where Jiang Chen is going to challenge the Li Hua demon Yan Cheng, who is ranked 2nd on the 100 battle ranking. Almost everyone on the 100 battle ranking is here. Do you think we can miss such a scene? Then it's going to be interesting. Li Hua demon Yan Cheng is a very powerful figure. In the entire outer sect, even by Yun Fei of the law enforcement team, ranked 3rd on the 100 battle ranking, is not willing to provoke that god of plagues. I can't wait anymore. Ha! This Jiang Chen has just entered the sect not long ago, but he's very restless. To think that he has caused so many troubles. Interesting, very interesting. Ha! At this moment, Li Hua demon Yan Cheng stood on the arena with his hands behind his back. His long hair and clothes were fluttering in the wind. Although this Jiang Chen has made a name for himself in the outer sect, he wouldn't be afraid to come, right? Who can say for sure? Everything is ready, and we're just waiting for the right thing to happen. If that Jiang Chen isn't coming, then he must be afraid of Yan Cheng. Looking at the bustling crowd below the arena, Li Hua demon Yan Cheng's eyes were cold. Now, he wanted to show his strength to Jiang Chen. Even if he killed Gu Wanfeng in the inner sect, he might not be able to stand on the high ground. The water in the inner sect was deep, and the water in the outer sect was also deep. Have you recovered your strength? Yang Jian looked at Jiang Chen and said in a low voice. Don't worry. I'm fine now. Jiang Chen smiled and said, I can't beat this fella. I'll leave him to you. Don't disappoint me. Bai Yunfei smiled and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen smiled. Do you think he's my match? I'm only here to get the pass to enter the hidden secret realm. If he loses, will he challenge me again? Bai Yunfei was stunned. Don't worry. He won't have the chance. Jiang Chen slowly walked onto the arena. This fella. Bai Yunfei laughed bitterly.
He knew that because of what he had said, he had already sentenced Yan Cheng to death.
This month, I've killed 13 of them. You're the 14th. Yan Cheng looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile. Really? Seems like I'm honored.
Jiang Chen sneered.
You can say that.
Yan Cheng nodded, as if he had already determined that Jiang Chen was a dead man.
Make your move. You only have one chance.
Jiang Chen said.
Really? Then I'd like to see if you have the ability to do so.
If I don't kill you today, I won't have the face to leave this arena. Do you see that? The blood not far away was left behind by your fellow disciples from before.
Yan Cheng took a step forward. His eyes were cold as he approached Jiang Chen.
In his eyes, killing Jiang Chen was just adding another flower to his glory.
This blood is suitable for you. Jiang Chen smiled and raised his sword.
The heavenly dragon sword was swung out, untainted by worldly dust and unstained by blood.
Yan Cheng's footsteps stopped at the same place at this moment. He stood there motionlessly. Jiang Chen leaped and flew up to the sky. At this moment, Yan Cheng's body slowly fell down. Even until his death, he still did not know how he was killed.
Wah! The crowd was in an uproar. No one could believe the scene in front of them. Blood slowly flowed out from Yan Cheng's neck.
It was a ghastly wound.
Instant kill, a complete instant kill. There was no objection. Under everyone's anticipation, Jiang Chen's sword swept across the world. Yan Cheng, who was ranked second on the 100 battle ranking, did not even have the chance to say a word. At this moment, tens of thousands of people gasped and held their breath. When he looked back, Jiang Chen had already disappeared without a trace.
Chapter 2271. Killing the second in the Outer Sect 100 battle ranking with one sword strike.
Shocking the entire Profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen's attack was like a dragon, coming and going like the wind. Whether it was Yang Jian, Bai Yunfei or the surrounding inner sect disciples, they were all dumbfounded. Jiang Chen would definitely become a legend in the entire Profound Feng sect. In the end, the quota to enter the hidden secret realm was destined to be taken by Jiang Chen. The entire Profound Feng sect was talking about how Jiang Chen defeated baleful flaming ghost Yan Cheng and became the #1 evil god in the outer sect. His unrestrained aura had even surpassed many inner sect experts. Even Yang Jian, who was ranked first in the 100 battle ranking, was nothing to him. Of course, Jiang Chen did not challenge Yang Jian in the end. This made many people disappointed. Within the sect, Jiang Chen's name had risen to fame, and no one could compare to him. At this moment, Ling Yun had just come out from her seclusion.
How much of your strength have you recovered?
Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun and asked. Compared to before, her face was rosier and whiter. However, she was still wearing a green veil. Other than him, no one had seen her face before. About 60%. I should be able to protect myself now. Even if the sect lord of Profound Feng sect were to take action, I should be able to handle him, but I'm definitely not his match. Ling Yun remained silent for a moment and said softly, "That's already pretty good. I received Master's message token." "Then, are you leaving?" Jiang Chen was a little disappointed. "I don't think I'll be in such a hurry." "Then when will it be?"
"I won't go to the hidden secret realm with you, but I'll wait for you to come back," Ling Yun said in a deep voice.
Her expression was calm, without a shred of emotion. However, Jiang Chen could feel a trace of emotion from her.
"All right."
Jiang Chen did not say much. Since she said that she would leave after he came out from the hidden secret realm, it should not be too long.
"Jiang Chen, something bad has happened.
The sect is in big trouble."
"Big trouble?"
Bai Yunfei rushed over in a hurry.
"What is it? Why are you so nervous?"
"Even if the sky falls down, there are still people bigger than us to hold it up."
"What are you afraid of?"
Jiang Chen said indifferently. "The Yellow Flame sect has sent someone to provoke us. He has already defeated 12 alchemy disciples. Except for Gu Wanfeng, no one could fight against him. Moreover, he is extremely arrogant now. He even wants to challenge our alchemy elder."
"Yellow Flame sect?"
Jiang Chen frowned. This was the first time he had heard of it. "The Yellow Flame sect is our brother sect. They were Heavenly Star sect, Earthly Hades sect, Profound Feng sect and Yellow Flame sect. These 4 great sects were originally one big family, and each sect was as close as lips and teeth. But after so many years, they had become independent, and there was still some estrangement. The Heavenly Star sect is the strongest and is one of the top 10 sects in Deer Morn Mountain. The Earthly Hades sect is second, but they are also one of the top 10 sections. Profound Feng sect and Yellow Flame sect are next. All these years, our Profound Feng sect has been suppressing the Yellow Flame sect. But 5 years ago, there was a peerless genius in the Yellow Flame sect. His alchemy skill was invincible. His talent in cultivation was also quite terrifying. So, the Yellow Flame sect naturally wants to regain their face here. Now, 12 alchemy disciples have been defeated by him. Bai Yunfei said with a solemn face. He was quite worried. So there is such a difference. Never thought that our Profound Feng sect is not fighting alone. Ha! But a guy who has always been suppressed by us dares to fight back? Jiang Chen curled his lips in disdain. Sigh. Humans fight for pride. Buddha fights for incense. For so many years, the Yellow Flame sect has never won against us. Now that they have the chance, they will definitely not let it go. They will definitely spit out all their resentment and feel elated. You're right. Let's go and have a look. Let's see what's the background of this guy who even dares to challenge the alchemy elder. Jiang Chen said. If he was willing to come out, then this guy would not be able to do anything. Bai Yunfei even had a blind confidence in Jiang Chen. This guy could always surprise people. The huge square looked like it was cut into half by a sharp weapon. It was 10,000 zhang wide and extremely flat. Tens of thousands of disciples were gathered on the square. Even the sect lord, Shen Qingming, was present. After all, he had defeated 12 alchemy disciples. Now, he was going to challenge the alchemy elder. This was quite a big matter. It was quite damaging to the prestige of the sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for even the sect master to be here. Isn't this guy too arrogant? He dares to challenge our alchemy elder. He's not putting our Profound Feng sect in his eyes. Yeah, this kind of person is too despicable. Using his ability to cheat people everywhere. He's not a good person. In the end, we've done something similar in the past. Otherwise, he might not come here to show off. The Yellow Flame sect has been suppressed by us all these years. Now that we've finally become the master, other than an outstanding genius, the rest of the disciples will definitely do something. But even so, he's too much. He dares to challenge our alchemy elder. Once Elder Lin wins, it won't be glorious. Isn't it reasonable for him to win against a junior? But once he loses, it'll be quite shameful. Profound Feng sect will be laughed at by them if we lose to a junior. I think Elder Lin will definitely suppress this guy. He doesn't know how high the sky is. Humph. How dare he come to our Profound Feng sect's base camp? We will not tolerate him. Everyone was incomparably angry. But everyone knew that this challenge could be described as a provocation. No matter if this guy won or lost, he would still be praised for challenging Lin Zhongqiang. The tens of thousands of Profound Feng sect's disciples were furious. Alchemists were rare and almost all of them were defeated. Now, some of them couldn't help but miss Gu Wanfeng. Oh yeah, outer sect Jiang Chen. Didn't he defeat Gu Wanfeng? Where is he? He will definitely defeat this guy. Yeah, how could we forget about this guy? More and more people began to feel a glimmer of hope. However, Lin Zhongqiang had already appeared on the public square at this moment. His expression was cold and he was meticulous. Lin Zhongqiang walked forward with a calm and steady aura. As the alchemist elder of Profound Feng sect, he must come out at this moment because all the disciples had failed. Profound Feng sect's alchemy technique could no longer surpass this person who came to challenge them. My name is Jiang Hao. Today, I came here to ask for some advice from Profound Feng sect's Elder Lin. I hope Elder Lin can give me this chance. Chapter 2272. At this moment, Jiang Hao had already defeated 12 people in a row. He felt that he was unstoppable. As the most outstanding disciple of the Yellow Flame sect, Jiang Hao naturally had a proud side. Challenging the alchemy elder of the Profound Feng sect, Lin Zhongqiang, was the most important thing to him. He was confident that he would win the battle today because he had already surpassed his own master. Jiang Hao, it seems like you're just Ezo. Do you want to challenge me?
Lin Zhongqiang said in a deep voice. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Bai Yunfei had also arrived at the scene. Both of them were filled with anger. It seemed like this match was unavoidable. I dare not say whether I can defeat Elder Lin or not. However, I have already surpassed my master. Jiang Hao said confidently. He smiled faintly and gave Lin Zhongqiang more pressure. So your alchemy skill is already above your master, Wang Hongyu? Lin Zhongqiang asked again. Slightly better. My master also asked me to send his regards to you. Jiang Hao said confidently. Moreover, he had already surpassed his master. Wang Hongyu was also a genius in alchemy in the past. However, he was suppressed by Lin Zhongqiang. Regardless of strength or alchemy skill, Wang Hongyu was weaker than Lin Zhongqiang. Now that he had taught a disciple who had surpassed his master, he naturally would not let it go. In a sense, this might be a revenge of Wang Hongyu from the Yellow Flame sect, and his ultimate goal was to let Jiang Hao challenge Lin Zhongqiang. Hee. This is interesting. It seems like you're Wang Hongyu's successor. I'm afraid today's battle is unavoidable. Lin Zhongqiang smiled indifferently. As a senior, he naturally could not be so impolite. Moreover, Jiang Hao was the disciple of his defeated opponent. Even if the disciple had surpassed his master, so what? I dare not. I will listen to your orders. Although Jiang Hao had pushed away the initiative, he still had the upper hand. Because Jiang Hao had already said so. Was he still going to reject it? Obviously, he couldn't. Otherwise, not only would he be ridiculed by the people outside, even the disciples within the sect wouldn't be able to convince the masses, right? If Lin Zhongqiang accepted the challenge, then winning or losing would become the key. If he lost the competition, it would be because Jiang Hao had the courage to challenge his seniors. Although he was defeated, it would still be honorable. If he won, Profound Feng sect would become worthless. No matter if he won or lost, the winner of this competition would be Jiang Hao and his Yellow Flame sect. Moreover, Jiang Hao was just trying his best. He was relaxed and at ease. However, Lin Zhongqiang was different. He had to give it his all and fight with his back against the wall. This was related to himself and his sect's reputation. Whether Jiang Hao succeeded or not, he was the winner. Are you not going to make a move? Bai Yunfei glanced at Jiang Chen and said in a low voice. He's challenging Lin Zhongqiang. Why should I join in the fun? Jiang Chen said disdainfully. He didn't intend to make a move at all. That's true. This fellow has an irreconcilable enmity with you. Why are you helping him? But what if Elder Lin were to lose? What should we do? Bai Yunfei said. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Yunfei. He really cared about a lot of things. Does that mean he's not as good as him? Who can he blame? Since he could defeat him, it means he's not as good as him. Then don't be arrogant. What's so great about being an elder? Is an elder not a human being? Let's see if he can afford to lose. Jiang Chen sneered. That makes sense, Yi Chen nodded. Bai Yunfei knew about the enmity between Jiang Chen and Lin Zhongqiang. It was inappropriate to let Jiang Chen fight at this moment. Moreover, Jiang Chen had named Lin Zhongqiang as the person he wanted to challenge. Of course, Jiang Chen would not join in the fun. Congratulations. I have agreed to compete with you. But I hope you can understand that Yellow Flame sect will never surpass Profound Feng sect. It's the same in the past and it's the same now. Lin Zhongqiang said seriously. Senior is right. I came here today only to exchange pointers, to broaden my knowledge, and to improve my skills. I hope Elder Lin will not be stingy with your guidance. Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. Don't worry. I will not go easy on you. If you can win against me, it proves that your master is not wrong. Elder Lin is really domineering. You're noble and imposing. I admire you. It's useless to say more. Let's start. How do you want to compete? Tell me. I'm all ears. Lin Zhongqiang said. Since it's a competition of alchemy, we naturally have to concoct the most difficult medicinal pill, the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. It uses a nameless beast fire as the ingredient to concoct the medicinal pill. It can help a person recover from a serious injury. After swallowing it, if there's no serious injury, it can help a person recover from a serious injury. This kind of medicinal pill is extremely difficult to concoct. I believe Elder Lin has heard of it before, right? Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. Lin Zhongqiang's heart was slightly moved. He had tried to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill before, but he had failed. He only succeeded once, but the quality was extremely low. Could it be that this kid could concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill? It was Wang Hongyu who had exchanged the recipe with him. Now, if Zhang Hao could really concoct the pill, it might be a great challenge for him. Why? Elder Lin doesn't have the confidence to concoct the pill? Zhang Hao curled his lips and said playfully. The Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill was extremely difficult to concoct. That was why he chose to concoct the pill. Moreover, the medicinal ingredients were extremely difficult to find. Previously, he had found 10 medicinal ingredients, but he only managed to concoct one pill. However, to Zhang Hao and his master, Wang Hongyu, it was enough for him to finish his apprenticeship. Moreover, Wang Hongyu was certain that even Lin Zhongqiang might not be able to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. The Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill is so magical. It must be extremely difficult to concoct, right? That's right. I've heard that this Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill had even saved Elder Lin's life. However, the method of concocting it is extremely difficult. I'm afraid that he himself has only managed to concoct a few of them. Looks like this guy is very confident. Could it be that he's here to cause trouble? You're right. If he's not here to cause trouble, why does he have to force us? It looks like this guy is definitely up to no good. Lin Zhongqiang smiled faintly. All right. Then, let's concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. Let's see if you can fulfill your master's wish. I'm here today to seek advice from you. I hope Elder Lin can give me some pointers. Zhang Hao's words were watertight. He did not give anyone a chance to gossip. He came here today to teach Lin Zhongqiang a lesson. He wanted to let him know that Lin Zhongqiang would suffer the consequences of his disdain towards his master. Have you heard of the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill? Bai Yunfei glanced at Zhang Chen and said, I've heard of it, but I've never concocted it before. Zhang Chen said, Then, how confident are you? It's not difficult. Chapter 2273. Stop bragging. Even Elder Lin looks so serious. This Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill is definitely not simple. That's only relatively speaking. For me, this pill is not challenging at all. Zhang Chen said disdainfully. His skill in alchemy was already at the peak. However, he might not be able to concoct some pills because he was limited by his strength. However, he had heard about this Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. If he were to concoct it, it would be effortless for him. Look, both of them are preparing to concoct the pill. Someone shouted. On the square, Lin Zhongqiang and Zhang Hao looked at each other and nodded slightly. As a senior, Lin Zhongqiang naturally had to be courteous. Zhang Hao did not stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and pushed one of the medicinal ingredients to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill in front of Lin Zhongqiang. It turned out that he was already prepared for this. Looks like you've come prepared. Lin Zhongqiang murmured. Zhang Hao smiled and did not say anything. There were more than 30 medicinal ingredients floating around him. He removed them one by one, extracted their essence and removed their impurities. Then, he opened his alchemy furnace and started to concoct the pill wholeheartedly. When Zhang Hao's hand spurted out flames, Lin Zhongqiang's expression changed completely. No wonder. No wonder he dared to compete with me so confidently. Moreover, they are competing to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. It turns out that his beast fire is different from the others. It's even better than my beast fire. The beast fire of the fiery dragon bear. I wonder how Elder Lin's beast fire is? Zhang Hao was very confident. The beast fire of the fiery dragon bear would definitely play an important role in his concoction. Moreover, it could definitely be used to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. The fiery dragon bear was a kind of mystical divine beast. Its beast fire was extremely fierce. Lin Zhongqiang wanted to get his hands on such a beast fire in the past. Unfortunately, he did not manage to do so. Now, he had the beast fire of the fire scale wolf. It was completely different from the fiery dragon bear's beast fire. The stronger the beast fire, the higher the success rate and the more obvious the effect of the pill. Fire scale wolf. It's a little worse than yours. But since we're concocting pills, Let's concoct the pills first. However, Lin Zhongqiang was different.
He was carrying the glory of the entire sect and his own dignity.
However, Lin Zhongqiang did not put Zhang Hao in his eyes. After all, Zhang Hao was a junior and his strength was obvious.
He did not believe that Zhang Hao would be able to crush him in the field of alchemy.
Even if Wang Hongyu was surpassed by Zhang Hao, Lin Zhongqiang would not admit defeat so easily. Lin Zhongqiang looked at Zhang Hao calmly. Lin Zhongqiang did not put Zhang Hao in his eyes. After all, Zhang Hao was a junior and his strength was obvious. Lin Zhongqiang did not believe that Zhang Hao would be able to crush him in the field of alchemies. Zhang Hao took the lead and started to remove the medicinal herbs rapidly. After that, he put them into the furnace and started to refine the medicinal herbs. He was very cautious in this step. He threw away most of the medicinal herbs and only kept the most essential part. It was very strict. Lin Zhongqiang did not show any weakness and started to refine the pellets. Compared to Zhang Hao, his method was gentler and more steady. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, was a little nervous. However, it was not hard to see that Lin Zhongqiang was also nervous because he could not lose. He could not afford to lose. This competition would certainly be regarded as the true competition between Profound Feng Sect and Yellow Flame Sect. Xian Qingming looked at the battle between Lin Zhongqiang and Zhang Hao without saying a word.
As the sect master, he shouldn't interfere in this kind of matter.
However, the opponent was too aggressive and forced the sect master to take action. This was no longer a simple matter. This junior seemed to be the most outstanding disciple of the Yellow Flame Sect. Could it be that there was no one in the Profound Feng Sect who could surpass him? Must Elder Lin Zhongqiang take action?
Don't worry, Sect Lord. Elder Lin is our Profound Feng Sect's #1 alchemist elder. It's impossible for him to lose. The first elder, on the other hand, was calm and composed as he said calmly,
I hope so. Xian Qingming nodded his head silently. All he could do was to wait for the final result. Could a junior of the Yellow Flame Sect really make a mess in the Profound Feng Sect? Zhang Hao's beast fire surprised many people. The beast fire of the flaming dragon bear was indeed extraordinary. It was obviously better than Elder Lin's beast fire. However, the final result was not about whose beast fire was more powerful. Instead, it was about who could refine the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill of higher quality. Zhang Hao was full of confidence. His movements were extremely skillful. It could be seen that he had tried many times for today's battle just to fight against Jun Mo Xie. No matter what, Lin Zhongqiang was still a senior. His skills were not to be outdone. His skill in alchemy made many people dumbfounded. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was just a. In less than half an hour, both of their pills were about to take shape. Moreover, both of them seemed to be very confident in their pills. Zhang Hao was well prepared for today's battle. If he won, he would surely soar to the sky and his reputation would rise. Not to mention the bigger region, at least in Dearmorn Mountain, he would surely become a famous person among the younger generation. Even if he lost, it was not a big deal. At least he dared to challenge a senior. Done! Zhang Hao let out a low roar. He took out a pill from the alchemy furnace and held it tightly in his hand. His expression was filled with excitement. Clearly, he was not worried about his pill at all. Furthermore, he had performed exceptionally well this time around. The effect of the pill was definitely the best one he had ever made. On the other hand, Lin Zhongqiang's expression was quite solemn. This made the people of Profound Feng Sect even more curious and worried. Is Elder Lin really not as good as Zhang Hao? I don't think so. Elder Lin has been famous for 100 years. He is a true alchemy master. How could he lose to a junior? This guy is overestimating himself. I think Elder Lin is just giving him face. It's hard to say. I can see that Elder Lin's expression is extremely serious. Once he loses, our Profound Feng Sect will really lose face. Elder Lin is not the only one who will lose face. Shut your crow's mouth. Damn it. Elder Lin will not lose. He definitely won't lose. Everyone naturally hoped that Elder Lin could win and chase this arrogant guy out of Profound Feng Sect. However, it was just a beautiful hope. Would the truth really be like this? Chapter 2274. What do you mean? Jiang Chen. Bai Yunfei seemed to have noticed something. Lin Zhongqiang has lost. Although his heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was successfully concocted, it was much weaker than Zhang Hao's. Regardless of the concocting technique or the final fusion, Zhang Hao had a stronger beast fire. Naturally, he was better than Zhang Hao. Zhang Chen said faintly. At this moment, Lin Zhongqiang nodded his head slightly, indicating that he had finished concocting the pill. Isn't that the end? Does this mean that Elder Lin has lost? Bai Yunfei said in a low voice. Why don't we exchange and appraise each other? I believe that you will be fair. Zhang Hao passed the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill to Lin Zhongqiang. Lin Zhongqiang did the same. The moment Lin Zhongqiang took the pill from Zhang Hao's hand, he knew that he had lost. He had lost completely. His heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was not even a medium-grade elixir. However, Zhang Hao's elixir was comparable to a high-grade elixir. Although there were some flaws, Zhang Hao was able to refine a heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill that was comparable to a high-grade elixir. That meant he had already won. Lin Zhongqiang took a deep breath. Everyone was staring at the scene, especially Zhang Hao. He was holding the pill in his hand with a sneer on his face. He thought that the alchemist elder of profound Feng sect was only so. Tens of thousands of people held their breath. But some of them could see something from Lin Zhongqiang's face. Even Xian Qingming could not help but sigh in his heart. It seemed like he had lost. I have lost. Lin Zhongqiang's words were like a huge hammer, hammering on the hearts of most of the disciples of profound Feng sect. It was shocking. However, a loss was a loss. If they did not even have the courage to admit it, then they would lose their dignity. Lin Zhongqiang was incomparably solemn. To him, these words were extremely heavy. However, he couldn't possibly go back on his word. Furthermore, as a senior, he couldn't do something that went against his conscience, even though this was his own sect. He really lost. Elder Lin really lost. Sigh. I wonder how proud the people of the Yellow Flame sect will be this time. They have been suppressed by us for 100 years. Looks like the path of alchemy is not something that anyone can get involved in. There are hundreds of thousands of disciples in our profound Feng sect, but there are only a few who can concoct pills. There were no harsh words of mockery or ridicule, but Lin Zhongqiang couldn't even get past him. He really lost. Moreover, he lost to the disciple of his defeated opponent. It was just like the saying, the student comes from the master, but surpasses the master. However, he didn't have such a good successor. This time, Zhang Hao had won beautifully. He could not say anything that was against his will and let himself suffer forever. Thank you for letting me win, Elder Lin. Junior knows that his strength is very weak. This time it was just a fluke. I hope Senior will not be stingy in teaching me if there is a chance in the future. Zhang Hao said with a smile. However, his expression was extremely arrogant. What he said was just to show his magnanimity. However, the more he did so, the more abominable he was in the eyes of the people of profound Feng sect. A win is a win. There's no such thing as fluke. So what if you're so hypocritical? Lin Zhongqiang said in a deep voice. Zhang Hao was still calm and unmoved. This time, the disciples of the Yellow Flame sect had completely suppressed the disciples of the profound Feng sect. Zhang Hao felt very proud after being suppressed for 100 years. Moreover, he was the only one who had the chance to revive the Yellow Flame sect. If that's the case, Junior will take his leave. Today, I have not let you down. It's my honor to be able to have a duel with Elder Lin. Zhang Hao had a serious look on his face. However, his arrogance made people feel extremely uncomfortable. This guy was completely condescending. How can you be so arrogant with such an inferior pellet? It seems like the people of the Yellow Flame sect are just If you want to challenge a sect, you need to show your true ability. How dare you embarrass yourself with such an inferior skill in alchemy? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Haha. The one who said this was not Jiang Chen but Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei sneered and looked at Zhang Hao disdainfully. Almost everyone looked at him and Zhang Hao also squinted his eyes. Who dares to talk nonsense? Even Elder Lin has admitted that my heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill is superior. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant here? Zhang Hao stared at Bai Yunfei and said. Zhang Chen rolled his eyes. This guy is going to sell me out. I'll deal with you later. He glared at Bai Yunfei fiercely. Bai Yunfei was innocent. Forgive me for being frank. I don't know any alchemy skills. But in my opinion, your pellet is really inferior. Jiang Chen, this guy's pellet is not even 1/10 of yours. No, it's not even 1/100th of yours. Bai Yunfei sighed. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. Bai Yunfei had kicked the ball to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glared at Bai Yunfei fiercely. Bai Yunfei smiled and shrugged, indicating that he could not help even if he wanted to. That's right. How could we forget about Jiang Chen? He had defeated senior brother Gu Wanfeng before. Isn't that right? Senior Bai is really insightful. That might not be the case. Even Elder Lin has lost. Could it be that an outer court disciple can really turn the tide? Everything is possible. Jiang Chen has become famous in Profound Feng sect recently. He has created many miracles. This time, he might be able to defeat this arrogant Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked into Jiang Chen's eyes and gave him a deep look. You want to challenge me? Why don't I see what you're capable of? Jiang Hao said with a smile. His face was filled with arrogance. This was Profound Feng sect. If this was Yellow Flame sect, what would happen? But it was understandable. He had just defeated the alchemy elder of Profound Feng sect. It was reasonable for him to be so arrogant. You're here to ask for advice. What qualifications do you have to call yourself senior? Profound Feng sect is Yellow Flame sect's brother sect. Why do you say that? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Since Bai Yunfei had pushed him out, he did not mind to teach this guy a lesson and become the savior of Profound Feng sect. Shen Qingming squinted his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to see a glimmer of hope. This guy might really be able to change his destiny. The great elder's eyes were cold. What the hell is this guy doing again? Lin Zhongqiang was also looking forward to it. Although he had a grudge against Jiang Chen, if Jiang Chen really had the strength to turn the tide, it would be a good thing for Profound Feng sect. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.